Tuesday, March 26, 2016, advisory committee meeting, and we have a busy night tonight. We're going to start with human services. 20. What did I say?
You said 26.
I'm already wishing tonight's over. March 22nd, 7 o'clock, Human Services and Safety Committee. And from there, we are going to talk about the planning board with Eric Nyland. From there, an update from Mr. Sagansky on space needs. And then we're going to get into a discussion with the horse ring vandalism. And then we go on to all kinds of fun with budgets and articles and all that stuff. So, first up, Pat Bensettler. Thank you. All right, so Pat, we had you in early on in the process here, and you know this is a new budget, if you will. Last year, you were approved for $37,500. Coming in this year with a request for $48,50. In that first meeting, we learned that we got the impression that there was a double count on, and then furthermore, there seemed to be somewhat of a, I don't know if it was a lack of communication, but there's some misunderstanding between you and the police department on who was going to do that box, and you were looking at, you know, something in the neighborhood within your budget. It looks as though the police are going to take care of that.
Oh, good.
So, but you know, we were also just doing some research. Ted, if you want to just kind of give an overview of everything, that'd be good.
Just to start the conversation, two concerns that I have are that when we met last year, it seemed like the committee was forming and looking for which direction to go, and that direction was going to be determined in large part by a survey. And you know, we're here a year later, and at least my understanding is we haven't done the survey.
Well, we are working on it right now.
And
in fact, I have two tests.
we did have a person who was going to do it at no cost, and
No, but
for
we
some
voted.
reasons that didn't happen. Anyway, so that's a concern that we're asking for more money this year for maybe a scope and a nature and a direction that really hasn't been clarified.
And then it might be good at this point, because the budget's changed completely. And if we could get into it, that would be helpful.
Let me, if I could just, the other concern, and then we can kind of just throw it out and take it apart. The other concern is that I went to the annual town report for 2014, and I thought, well, lacking the results of a survey, what was the original charter by the selectmen? And looked at that charter, and then perused the annual town report, and thought that the Council on Aging had a very similar charter. Now, theirs may have been oriented a little bit towards a certain age group versus yours, but it looked to be very similar. And to illustrate that, the Board of Selectmen said that your charter is to identify and promote health and safety services that best benefit Bolton citizens. And also at that time it said develop a town-wide survey to assess the needs of the Bolton community. And then the Council on Aging talked about Lisa would assess the needs and interests of the senior community in Bolton and follow through with ideas and referrals, and that the Council on Aging is committed to the continued growth and well-being of our senior citizens by providing programs, education, information, and referral services with the goal of helping seniors achieve the best quality of life possible. And I think when we talked to you earlier in the year, we said, speaking for myself, if I have a question about health or safety or whatever, you know, I'll go to the internet, I'll go to the police department or the town nurse or the Neshoba Board of Health or the library, whatever. And we talked about the seniors not being able to do that, or at least it's more difficult, lacking cars in there. And so it would seem that Council on Health is taking care of the mission, or the Council on Aging taking care of the mission for the seniors. And maybe there are other ways to achieve, take care of the rest of the community to get their health and human safety information. So that's my concern. Two concerns.
At the same time, this was put in place by the Board of Selectmen, I think, and it's certainly not our job to kill it off. Is that right?
Our job is to advise.
Sure, we can advise, but
Yeah, so you're absolutely right, the selectmen put it in. They never did actually appropriate any money. And so so what came before us was a request for money. There was a number that was reduced down, and we ended up at $3,750. The concerns that I have, to what Ted pointed out, is that so far year to date, $600, a little over $600 has been spent. And so I'm concerned that in the very second year, you're already looking for an increase, as evidenced by, now, again, there's a double count.
Again, I said the budget has changed completely. Do you mind
Okay.
if we put that on the table? Because that budget was built on total uncertainty, and I said this last time, too, of what the cost would be to join MPHN.
Yeah.
And that's what this $1,500, I think? So, we had to vote at MPHN, and it's to join, to be a total of $500. Okay? I'm not sure I have enough for everybody.
Oh, I'm all right, I don't.
Okay, so maybe we can go through this from the bottom up.
Okay.
When I left last time, you told me that I should tell you why MPHN, and I'm prepared to do that tonight.
Okay.
Going back up, we have travel, dues and registration, the website, a resource guide, which we are working on. One of our members, I'm sure you know, has had kind of a rough year, and it's her project. The surveys, we've got a survey now, which is pre-testing it, and it's ready more or less to go. I appreciate that you meet early in the year, but nonetheless, we are working on the things we said we would do.
Is there a reason why the survey monkey is $400 when there's a free version, there's another version, $25 a month for
absolutely.
at will, when you can have it for 2 months,
There's-
and the annual is $300?
Well, I put in 400 for concern for it going up next year. It was 300 this year, we had spent 300. It's a completely different product. The one that you have free, which we have been using, is very limited. It doesn't let multiple people access it. And while we're trying to send out surveys and enter the data, you couldn't do it. So that's why we went to the 300 a year version.
And you'll be surveying 12 months. I mean, you can get it at a month at a time if you want.
Well, the product we got is for the survey, and you're right, we could go to
$25
very
a
little,
month.
well, it's not 25, I think it's the next level up. There's 3 versions, and we'd have to go to the next level up. I'd have to look at the cost of it, I don't remember. But we need a more robust survey. It gives us the statistics that we need, and it gives us the data that we need.
And how much is that?
Well, it's 300 a year. I put in 400, to worry about prices going up. And, I mean, we're planning on doing all of this. We are late to the game.
Yeah, I understand that. There's a lot going on in town. You know, where I erred was when the selectmen approved this, what I was not aware of is they didn't approve any money with it. That would have been helpful, had we gotten some direction on that. There was some money appropriated. I'm getting the sense that there's some difficulty on figuring out how to best utilize that money.
I don't know. I don't, why do you say things like that? That's not true. Now, we may not spend...
Because through last month, February,
Yeah.
there's been a total of $600 spent.
667.
There was the possibility of being able to utilize a free survey, which was not done. There's a request to join the membership, which previously first came in at 1,000, now it's 500. From my understanding with the town administrator, we already have a membership to some type of health. Is that Neshoba, is that where we are?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand why we would need this one.
Absolutely.
There doesn't seem to be a strong consensus on having this together and following the charter. And I'm, in light of what is going on with every department, I think in terms of, the one thing that I did hear that I thought made sense was the response you had and the outreach from a speaking engagement. And even in this new budget, it looks like a double count again. So.
For what? Please.
Printing,
Yeah, there's a resource
printing and then,
guide and
yeah.
surveys.
And again, I think, I mean, this town has got a $500,000 library that people can go to for resources. I propose $300 for a survey subscription, $225 for, honorariums. You can bring in guest speakers all around that. Call it $500, $600, and you've got another year to put together a game plan and see what's going on. And that would be my suggestion, $600 and go from there.
Well, I have not communicated well enough with you. I completely, last time we were here for an hour, we talked about kiosks and never once got into the bulk of what we're trying to do. Now, if you all have already decided that you're going to take this off the table.
I have looked, I've spent a lot of time, Ted has, I personally have come to a decision. I have no idea what the other four have done, but
I'd like to, if I may.
well, it's gonna be quick, because we've got a busy
Are you
night.
saying you're going to dismiss me at this point?
I had you slated for 10 minutes.
Right. And you told me that you wanted to, I mean, obviously, the handwriting's on the wall. I see that.
All right, so,
You really just want to tank this thing.
now, if I wanted to tank it, I'd be recommending 0.
If we
And
have
completely
a
dismiss it.
survey that demonstrates a need, then we
No.
can fund the need, but we don't have a clear understanding of the need, and one of the charters of the selectmen was to develop a townwide survey.
And I said we were working on
Right,
it.
but
One of our members-
we're overdriving our headlights.
I don't think
We're
so.
leaning over the skis. We're gonna crash.
All right, so we'll quickly go through this, and then we're gonna take a vote and see what happens.
This I'm stunned. I had no idea.
Can I ask one question, though? You talked earlier about how there was an increase proposed, but the way that I see it, it was, last year was $3,700, and the budget that we have here shows that the same amount, and what she's giving you is less than that. So I don't understand how that's an increase.
Because the first time she walked in, it was at, the recommendation was 48.50.
But that's not what we're looking at now.
Correct.
Okay, so, well, I guess, to be fair, then it's really a slight reduction from last year, isn't it?
Well, I made the statement before I'd seen this. And
Ken, if you want to look at it as a slight reduction from last year.
But it is a slight reduction, it's not looking at it.
I'm not looking, I'm looking at
It's on
37.
As a function of not the first time coming in, and the
But we're
police.
beyond that
Yeah,
now, because she's
okay.
revised it
Alright.
and it's lower. So now you're looking at a different total for her budget. You have to go by that. You don't go by the 4,800
Alright,
now.
so
And I
let me,
get where you're coming
fine.
from.
We
Why
are now looking at
discrepancy?
we are now looking at a significantly reduced budget from 3750 down to 3716.
You're being fresh.
And there's been a
Not
total
significant.
spent of $666 so far.
Today.
Okay,
Yeah.
we are now looking at a
But
reduced budget.
let's make sure that
Alright,
we're talking
fine.
about the right budget and we go from there. Let's not assume it's 48 or
We
go
are
back to
looking-
48. Let's forget
But
the
we're
48.
looking at the proper budget now.
Okay.
Continue.
All right, I'm here to, because that's what I understood you wanted me to do, is talk about MPHN and why it's important for the town to join it. Public health is actually basically mandated by the federal government. And I have here a description of public health. My committee is working on certain aspects of the CDC guidelines. Presumably, Neshoba is picking up some of the others. But it's a bigger picture than just septic tanks. Public health promotes and encourages healthy behavior. That is certainly what we've been doing. It assures the quality and accessibility of health services. That is surely what we've been doing. And the CDC outlines the essential services of public health. Monitor health status. Inform, educate, and empower. You didn't get one?
thanks, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Mobilize community partnerships, and we've surely done that. Link people to needed services, assure care. Now, we've done that. Evaluate health services. We're working on that now, this year. And the state says, they recommend highly that these 10 responsibilities boards have, local boards, to perform. Recommend health policies, recommend community health priorities, ensure that a community health assessment is completed, which is what we've done, and establish community public health priorities. Now, the state established regions in the state. In fact, for towns just like us, because we don't have the money to spend on a lot of these services, but they organized regions. MPHN is one. On the third page, I've shown the 5. The state did this with the idea that it would strengthen public health systems by creating a sustainable regional system, and the key word is equitable. Delivery of social and local public health services across the Commonwealth. Now, these are critical issues that we are lacking in Bolton. Other towns around us either have spent money or have joined groups. Clinton has joined MPHN. Massachusetts has over 300 boards of health, many of which are chronically underfunded and not able to maintain 10 essential services with public health departments. And the essential services are those 10 that were listed before. By regionalizing, which is what MPHN is, we get consistency and equity. And equity is within the town and between towns. Rapid services, again, much broader than we could do on our own. Best of the best. Economies of scale. Flexibility. For things that we don't need in Bolton, we don't have to take those services. And workforce development. Oh, and access to funding, that's really the biggest issue, because the state has been sending an awful lot of their grant money to these regional groups. So the reason that you join the regional group is they were initially funded by $300,000 by the state. And each year they get additional grants to expand the services they can offer. There are a number of things we just can't do. I showed you, I think, the Yes Men group. Now, we can't join this and be a part of it really unless we're in the MPHN. There are a whole lot of programs that the town folks are really denied. You weren't here. If we don't join. Now, this is actually a serious problem. We did not, I was talking with Kate Hogan, and she had actually planned on trying to talk to Don about this, because we are not aggressively managing our public health services the side that we are looking, not septic systems or beach testing, where we're looking at human services, completely different area of conversation.
So what health issue, sorry.
To the risk of sounding stupid,
Oh, no, there are,
isn't there some redundancy though? I mean,
you mean between the shoulder?
yeah, that as well as the Council on Aging has put in a nurse, and I think we bumped it up 12 hours, or to do some of the programs and monitoring and some of the things you talked about. So there's got to be some overlapping of services.
Asked me about, can we go to the last page?
Yeah.
Because the last page has the self-description of what Neshoba does and Neshoba's health services. Now, I can read this and you guys can.
Yeah, so Pat, I mean, you've made a case to differentiate the difference between the SHOBA and MPHN. But again, to Connie's point, and from what I could tell, the difference is your group cuts across the entire town, regardless of age. Council on Aging seems to be doing a lot of this, but solely focusing in on seniors. And again, that's where the concern I have in terms of redundancy. In light of this fiscal situation that's going on in town, and I asked, and you did indicate that you guys do work together, you talk. I would feel significantly better if within this first year, there was a more demonstrative showing of how the dollars were allocated. And to this point, 666, and I'm trying to figure out what it's been used for. And so from there, continuing on, I'm having a hard time. And I will, again, I go back to, my thought is, a survey, I'm still trying to understand, the capacity for the town of Bolton to join to this service. And I like the speaking engagements, that you put on, but I would, in light of everything, again, I would propose that, you go into 17 with a $600 budget and go from there. So that is my thought. Do I have?
I would also like to see some history of spending and where things really lie, because I don't feel like I have enough information based on what you spent last year.
Well, we actually haven't spent last year.
That's what I mean, particularly what you haven't spent. To know where we're going. And
One way to look at it, though, is that anything that she doesn't spend this year goes back into free cash. And so if she doesn't spend it this year, she's going to need it next year. So take the survey, for example. If they don't get the survey done this year, and I was helping one of the members earlier this month with it. So if they don't get the survey done this year, all that money that they would have spent on it doesn't get spent, and then it's there. If you take that away now, then they won't be able to finish the survey next year. So you're basically cutting their legs off, which seems to me. So I can't see, seemingly if they're proposing a reduction, and if they don't spend their money this year, it all comes back. So it basically pays for next year. So
Yeah, but
that-
I'm not looking
we
for it to
try not
come
to do
back
that.
and do that.
Yeah, we try to
And when the
keep-
money is appropriated, then it should be used in an efficient
It's true, but
manner.
it isn't always.
And that's what we're trying to get away from.
I know, we're talking about a very small budget, we're also talking about a startup organization. And so, I would give them a break and
I would like to
let
ask
it
a
go with what's
question about
proposed and go.
this whole, the concept of public health is a very interesting one, and one that is really very important, but is usually neglected in smaller communities. But before we know the scope of our public health needs, we need a survey. How many people do we have in town who are facing public health crises? And I'm not talking just about seniors, but families that may be short of nutritional information, or, we don't know this. And presumably your survey is supposed to gather that information. Am I
Actually,
correct? No? Okay.
What we're looking at in the survey is what information do people want?
Not what they need, but what they want.
Well, what they need is, and if we can go back to the third page, ensure that a community health assessment is completed. Well, we haven't done a community health assessment
Right.
in Bolton. I have been able to read several health assessments that have been done on regions that haven't really included Bolton. But they're not detailed enough. But yes, and our primary ultimate issue is that we're a rural town. We have a huge discrepancy between our lower income community and our higher income community. And it's been described to me as it's the broadest in the entire north central Massachusetts. It's huge. And so we have folks in town who are below your radar that we're working
Well, that's
to bring in.
what I'm trying to talk about.
Please, Chris.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, how much, I don't have the updated budget, how much is the joining the membership?
$500.
500. I just looked up on Survey Monkey, there's the free version, there's one for $26 a month, which is month to month. You can do 1,000 responses a month, it's 15 cents for every additional response. The next one up is the $300 a year that you have to spend the $300 a year. So I would say, and some of the work is being overlapped by the Council of Agents, but still, your mandate is the whole population, not just a certain segment. And the nurse county, I think, really is focusing in on checking in more on the aged and infirmed as opposed to everybody in town. So it's only 12 hours, so I don't think that really would do much. So maybe it's, put a placeholder in there, maybe there's more discussion. $500 for the membership. How many, you're probably gonna do one survey, two surveys?
We're just gonna do the one, given the rate we're going at.
Right, so even if you blocked off 4 months, even if you want to do 2, that's $100, so actually, it's $104. So,
Just gonna do the year,
yeah, so that's that, and then maybe something a little extra to do some coordination with council and aging, you know, so make it $750. And then if Pat needs something, the real critical needs, you can always come back and ask for a transfer, like other departments do. You know, and even if she needs something, it's not gonna be huge dollars.
Yeah, but what's she gonna say the emergency is? I mean, come on.
So,
Arguing over pennies, folks.
so on the 666 some odd, I understand that there was a delay in the survey getting out, so perhaps that is considerably lower than it could have been had a survey gotten out on time and within the original, year. Well,
And
now
for
it's
the-
7, 8 months.
Yeah, the resource guide too.
So there you go. So you're kind of shortchanging to say you've only spent 600 out of their 3,700.
No, because I have looked at every person coming in here and looked at their budget and get a sense of what they've spent year to date. And this one was real easy. There was one line item.
Sure.
So I did it to every other department head coming in here. So I'm not picking on you. I'm looking at this and I want a very clear understanding of when the town gives you money, what it gets used for. And is used for in an appropriate, efficient manner. That's all. And I'm not seeing it. And so that's why I'm coming in when I'm coming in. I've asked 2 different times for a motion, haven't gotten one, so it's fine. Someone else come up, I'd like to move on, we're already 20 minutes past, so
Entertain it, and I'll second it.
I would entertain, in light of what the selectman just said, adjusting this to $750 for FY '17.
So moved.
I'm sorry, can you explain, I understand the 500.
Is anyone second?
I so moved, yeah.
You should explain.
And to explain the reasoning?
No, not the reasoning, I get that. I've heard that loud and clear. I just, what are we cutting?
You've
For
got,
a survey and.
you've got one line item, you've decided to break it out. I'm looking at one line item in the budget,
Right.
under miscellaneous, $37.50, $750. Use it in your best efficient, however, it sounds like 500, the way he was looking at, would be for the membership, and then figure out a survey somewhere in there.
And my forms, the things you liked?
Again, maybe when a speaker comes in,
It's all,
there
it's
is,
$225.
Maybe we should make it 1,000. It's still a tremendous decrease from the 37.
Right, I would be in favor of increasing it if but we'd have to, if we want to amend a motion, we have to have the consent of the person who made the motion. I understand.
Was it seconded?
It was
Did it was?
at 750, I think, the original one.
No, I entertained it, or
He
made the
moved it,
motion.
there was no second.
there was
Oh, there was no
no
second,
second.
okay.
so, so in light, that's an easy enough, $1,000 for FY '17.
I'll second. Well, I'll move that, I guess.
And I'll second.
All those in favor of taking from 3750, proposed 3716, down to 1,000, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
So after all that bullshit, we settle on 3-3, is that the deal?
Yeah.
Perhaps we can reach a number which is.
Well, yeah, I think
I
that,
think we're spending money on a problem that hasn't been defined. I mean, I still don't understand the problem that we're
But I
trying to
think we're
solve.
spending some money to try to define the problem.
Well, but that's not.
Let me suggest that,
well, we don't want to, I
That
don't want
we
to
got them.
3750 either.
I think we've gotten the information that we need from Pat. and we're at an impasse as far as a number that we can live with. She's got the 1716 in as the requested amount, so later in the evening, we can deal with it, but meanwhile, we can go on to the articles and all the other things of that sort, and just eventually have a number. That would be my suggestion. But I don't think we need to keep her any longer
Or
because,
anyone else.
Alright,
but that's right.
We will vote on it tonight.
I have, just so that you have it, the phone number, this is just a draft, the regional director of Massachusetts Public Health. Any of you all that have questions about the interest that I can I'm willing to have you give her. Now, I have to say that this is hard for a little committee. We have communicated with a lot of people in town, and obviously we need to spend more time with you guys.
So I've heard good things from people in town.
Well, thank you. Oh, sure.
alright. So next we've got planning board to talk about the articles. Bring everyone to the warrant. First article here is 24. Alright, so thank you for coming in. We were, prior to voting, I mean, these are very lengthy. We were hoping to get your take on this, a little bit of a background from your perspective on why these were added in.
Okay, so on my draft it's Article 4, but whatever, public way access permits, it's 24 now.
Amendment to the Code of Town of Bolton,
Yeah.
Division 1, Part 2, General Legislation, Street Sidewalks.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I heard there was confusion in the past, so this would have to be sponsored by the Board of Selectmen because it's a general bylaw, not a zoning bylaw, first of all. Although the special permit would be done by the planning board, but, so it was brought to our attention by the Public Ways Safety Committee. I think it initially maybe came up when 626 Main wanted to add the second driveway. So there were concerns about, how the traffic would flow with that second driveway, coming onto Main Street and stuff like that. The actual bylaw is almost word for word from a bylaw from Sudbury. And so it would pretty much be for a commercial driveway, it's a commercial driveway permit for businesses if they're changing their driveway in a major way or if they're adding a second driveway.
So we want to put more roadblocks and stipulations on any potential business that's coming into town.
Well, it was brought, yeah, lots of more stipulations. It was just brought to us by the Public Way Safety Committee, if they're adding another driveway or something like that, to review it. Whether it requires a traffic study or not, or,
Don't you review it anyway? Don't you and the selectmen review the site plan and have to sign off on it? And isn't the second
this is,
driveway on?
well, so if there's a special permit going on for a new business or a major change, it would be included, yeah. But this is just if a current business wants to
Right.
add a second
The
driveway
current business doesn't have to do a site plan
for a new driveway.
for whatever they're doing?
Anything you did. Anytime with a
Don't
shovel
they have to?
around.
I'm almost sure they have to do a site plan.
Uh,
We'd have to check the site plan review bylaw, but I'm almost sure that it would.
Selectmen,
So
do
yes,
you have to do it?
if you're adding a driveway.
Don't remember.
Stan, do you know?
I'd have to go back and look.
They're doing a lot more than
In
adding
the
a driveway,
conjunction,
aren't
in conjunction with this actually came up, which
Well,
was,
no, they were doing this, sorry, yes.
I think this really got precipitated by 626 Main Street, Frank Patterson's property.
To have a second driveway that
Right.
seems to make it
A second-
significantly easier to leave.
A second ingress egress. I think this is what precipitated that. And I think in terms of what Frank was doing, I mean, there was already a site plan and everything else because
Yeah.
he was doing, you know, significant renovation. You know, the thing is, if you think in town, how many, if this is for an existing business, and how many existing businesses do we have
My point.
in town? And, you know, it's limited in nature anyway. And to your point, we seem to be putting a lot of additional undue burden on an existing business that is already operating in town. And, you know, for the most part, I would say most if not all the businesses in town are good neighbors and try to work very hard. And certainly Mr. Patterson has gone out of his way on multiple occasions. So I think in general, I think this is adding a significant amount of overhead, you know, posting surety bonds and traffic studies, when, you know, something that can be handled within the existing infrastructure and manner. You know, and I think, you know, in the case of using, again, you know, 626, I mean, it made absolutely perfect sense to put that second ingress egress in, and it was obvious to everybody that the line of sights were just fine. You know, there wasn't going to be any detriment, and as far as, you know, necessitating reduction in vehicle counts and everything else, my guess is it's not going to be any more business going in there because there's a second driveway. It just makes it a bit more safer. Yeah,
I'm looking at this and it says deletions in parentheses and italics and additions underlined. I'm not seeing any.
Well, because there's
It's-
nothing
it's all-
there. There's
it's
nothing-
all new.
It's all new.
It's all new stuff.
It's all new.
It's all new.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
all
mean,
new.
we've got 2.5 pages. I mean, our bylaws are massive as it is.
Can I ask Stan a question? Stan, was there a site plan on 626?
So 626, that was included in what we were doing. This would be,
Right.
because 626 was going for a special
Okay.
permit, so that was, it wouldn't be anything that's going for a special permit, you know, actually, I think somewhere in here it says it excludes, you know, if you're kind of going for a current permit,
But I think, you know,
It's about-
between a review of the planning board, which would look at it anyway, and the building inspector, you know, and, you know, a look-see by the selectmen if we request, I think it can be handled that way. Because number one, like I said, of the existing businesses, I don't anticipate that we're gonna be flooded with businesses in town looking to put an additional ingress and egress in, and, you know, to necessitate, you know, surety bonds and, you know, traffic studies and everything else. It seems to be overkill.
again, it was,
Mr. Keith?
Yeah, you know, we require permits like this for all residential, you know, projects. And I'd just like to point out that, you know, we have businesses in town like, you know, Classic Pizza across from the high school, and also Bolton Orchards that just kind of, their parking lots just spill out onto 117. Any way you want to get out or in, you can. And so it's important to have, you know, a permit process. It's not going to be onerous, it's just, you know, a basic process, just like, you know, residential construction goes through.
And by you guys bringing this up, with the degree of where our bylaws are right now, there is a definitive lacking on this. With all of the hurdles that we put a business and every other person through, that this is absolutely critical.
well, with any new business, you know, we would look at
Is this for new or existing businesses?
existing. Yeah, because any new business we would look at public way access.
Mr.
It
Sikansky?
seems like a lot of friction being added, but there's no description of the benefit.
Well, the benefit
It's
is-
law in there. What would the benefit be?
Well, again, it was brought to us by the Public Way Safety Committee, and they thought that, you know, just to, you know, if somebody wanted to add a second driveway, if it was coming out in a precarious area, you know, too close to an intersection or off kilter from another, you know, another intersection, that's why it got brought up.
So, is this someone waking up at 3 in the morning and saying, oh my God, here's a theoretical possibility and we should do something to prevent it? Or are there some concrete examples where this might actually affect somebody? I'm not hearing how this might actually affect anybody.
Actually, Mr. Key came up with a couple that may have been effective in the past, the Classic Pizza and Bolton Orchards. I don't know what their history
I
is.
agree, the aesthetics of those are poor, but I don't have a problem with any traffic going in and out.
The safety of
Bolton
those is
Orchards.
poor.
Yeah, they were more concerned about the safety coming on to, how you come into the parking lot or out of the parking lot.
Well, so I mean, anybody that's gonna be looking to add an additional egress or egress, we need full, building permit anyway. And that would trigger, I think, enough people looking at it to say, maybe, and in the case of 626, we never got any, when the selectmen did our site review, or site plan review, there's nothing from planning board, there's nothing from public way safety, nothing, zero. Not even a concern that maybe, we should be looking at it more carefully.
Well-
And as far as Classic Pizza and Bolton Pizza, those are so far pre-existing anything. Nobody in their right mind would permit either of those,
Right, well, it's not.
in the last 20 years. I mean, we would not allow those to be built, so those aren't even really good examples.
On 626, just so you know how it happened, is he came to us and said, I'm thinking about adding the second driveway because I think it would work better. I think me and Jonathan went and looked, and we said, yeah, it looks great. I know Ben looked at it, he said it would work fine, so we just approved it,
So
Yeah,
I guess that's my
and we
point.
did too.
That's my point. We've got 2.5 pages of new stuff when the present situation seemed to work just fine.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have a question?
No, I'm on board with
So,
that.
all right, we've got the planning person nodding that the present situation will work just fine. All right, next.
We disapprove, we can't strike.
Well, we're not even, but we're going on to the next one.
And besides, the selectmen have to approve it.
I just have a quick question. Well, this is sponsored by the Board of Selectmen, so they could not put it on if they want. Yeah.
Right
still
now,
have-
it's saying sponsored by the planning board, but if in
Oh.
fact it has to be sponsored by
It's a
us.
general bylaw, so you guys would have to sponsor it. So.
Okay, it's gonna look funny for us to be sponsoring something and then quite possibly voting against it. So,
Just a little bit.
if you have a picture, I'm sure.
Well, you don't have to sponsor it if you want.
Well, there's also that too, yeah.
It's a general bylaw, so it's up to you guys.
Tom, did you have a question?
I was just curious, did anyone, there must have been a reason why Sudbury put it in, and does anyone know what that reason was?
It's, public safety, just like Jonathan was saying, So when we went and looked at 626, we looked at, line of sights from the driveway and which way we would turn and try to ease traffic and.
Just location, pretty much.
Location, yeah.
Well,
If somebody wanted to put a second driveway in right at a bend, say,
Right.
and-
Open a curve, right,
So-
open
Or at the
a
top
curve.
of the hill.
yeah, or at the top of the hill.
But you still go and like the said, you have to approve or disapprove.
Well, so I'm not sure if, say, I don't know, I'm not sure if an existing business adds a current driveway, if it triggers a site plan review or
I
not.
believe they have to get a driveway permit, though.
Yeah. At least, if nothing else.
Is there a driveway
Every
permit?
time you put
Yes.
it down, I don't think it's-
Yes.
It just gives what it is.
On residential there is, but is there on business?
Let's move to Article 25.
Okay, fine.
So tell us about this one.
So this is part of becoming a green community. One of the stipulations was there was a menu of options of adding the as of right research and design facility for green technology, or add an as of right setting for solar panels or wind or something like that. So on municipal land. So we thought that the easiest path to this part of becoming a green community is to create an as of right solar facility on municipal land. So we found three plots of land. I actually have a little map here. It actually doesn't show great, but so there's the plot right next to the transfer facility, and then not the transfer, but there's like this gravel pit, the sandy
Where
side.
it used to be the dump,
Yeah, exactly.
capped over.
It is the landfill cap that you're talking about, or?
Well, you're talking about the little
Yeah.
Or are you talking about that?
Right to the,
Just
right to the
beyond-
left of the transfer station.
Okay, yeah, right.
And then there's another municipal plot of land next to that. It's wooded, so it's not as good a candidate. And then a third one, the reason why we did multiple is because if we're creating a overlay, a solar overlay, we can't just pick one parcel, we have to have multiple. So we have that one to the left of the transfer station, the one immediate to the left of that, and then the other one is along 117 and 495. This is where the cell phone tower is, and this land is kind of screwy. It comes along 495, then goes out to where the gardens are and stuff like that, but our thought was along 495 where the cell phone tower is, that would be a good location for solar panels. So, so what would happen is, there would still be a site plan review by the selectmen, but there would be no special permit required as long as they met, general requirements within this bylaw. So, Bolton Solar had to come for a special permit, and we looked at like where the connection was to the road, we looked at the access roads, the construction of that. We looked at like fencing around it, we looked at landscaping for, to prevent erosion and stuff like that. So there would be no special permit process at all on these three properties. It would just be a site plan review. But
So no special permit where there would be
solar
a
panels.
clear cutting of all these Bolton precious trees. And you want a special permit with a guy that's existing in town to get a second driveway.
Well, so there is a site review by the selectmen. So, they can turn them down. The whole goal of the green community is to get permits and stuff out of the way so they can do the solar facility.
So are we, this is one step in becoming a green community.
Yeah, it's one step in becoming a green community.
So who can speak about Bolton becoming a green?
So actually, I can say some things. So one is this,
Mhm.
and the menu options were allowing an as-of-right R&D type facility, which we thought that was too much for Bolton, to just, allow a big manufacturing thing to come in. The other option was a solar
How
or,
could they possibly?
well, you have Cobham, you have, Paragon, there is other industrial land, but we would want to keep it,
And why would it be bad to have that come in?
Well, if you look at like the solar panel manufacturing that was in Devon's, there was a lot of residential areas that were complaining about noise and stuff like that. So if you don't have any review of that, then that could be an issue. So, but the easiest path for this option for the green community was, because actually this parcel, this one sand lot is talking about getting developed for solar anyway.
Right.
But we couldn't just pick one, because if we're creating an overlay, we have to pick another one. So that's why we picked the one to the left. And this one along the highway we thought was good because it's along the highway and there's, a cell tower, but we wouldn't be against if you guys wanted to take that one out.
Did you investigate if any of these are near three-phase power?
Yeah, well, they all are, yeah. So this guy would need an extension, This guy would need an extension for 117, but it's on 117.
Yeah. And 495 has access. I mean, because that's a stopper if they can't get to the three-phase.
I believe it's along 117, but I could be wrong, it would be right there.
Well, the cell phone tower piece of land, does that include the lacrosse field, or is,
The lacrosse field meaning next to Clinton Savings Bank?
yes?
No, but it does include, the land does include, which, like I said, it's kind of screwed up.
There's a driveway.
It includes the garden, and it includes the horse ring field in the back.
But there's nothing to be said that all of that would be dedicated
Right.
to.
And it would be,
That would be
it's not
part
like
of the
somebody,
site
could-
review would be to
Right, yeah.
carve off and say.
it's not like somebody could be like, oh, I'm gonna take every inch of this land and put solar panels, the board of selectmen would be like, no, use this portion. It just doesn't come to the planning board.
And so this is one component of the town of Bolton becoming a green community. I believe, so Article 29, the stretch code would be another component?
Yeah, correct.
And a 20% energy reduction is another component.
Over like a 5-year.
What other stipulations for the town of Bolton, and what are we getting ourselves into? Will we need to then outfit the police with hydrogen cars at 100,000. I want to anticipate where we're going.
So there's been a couple meetings on this, but I could speak to some of it. For the cars, any like emergency vehicle isn't included, but what do they call it? Like an inspector, like maybe like the chief's car or something. It needs to, it's included in the 20% reduction, and also like energy use and stuff like that.
You mean the chief's car has to be a green car?
If it's not an emergency vehicle, if it's like a non-emergency vehicle,
Right.
like an inspector or I don't know,
So you
assessors going around,
is there
town car.
is there truly a benefit to the town of Bolton
So what
becoming this green
What
community?
you get out of it is you get access to grants.
I think, well, that's true, but I think this particular article, while it needs to be included as part of the process, this is somewhat independent of all that. This just allows for solar arrays to be put on municipal land, whether we do a green community or not.
Well, no, we could still do that without this article. This article is just taking the special permit out.
But as of right, that would mean that you guys wouldn't have to deal with it anymore. Right?
Exactly.
It would just
It would
streamline the
It would
process.
streamline the process.
Is this forever and ever, or is there any way to change it?
You can always change it,
Revoke it?
whatever. You can always
Yeah,
change
sure, you could always vote it down, yeah. It's creating an overlay, a solar overlay on municipal land on these 3 plots, where there's no special permit, just site plan review. And that's what it is. And it's part of becoming a green community. You can't become a green community without, and so this is like parts A, B, and C of one of the options, which is an R&D or a solar facility or something as of right.
I'm thinking a solar developer comes along, develops one of these 3 sites.
Mhm.
The other 2 are still under the as of right
Yeah,
restriction.
they can do all 3.
Then we find a better use for it, and now we got more hurdles to overcome to undo.
Yeah, I don't know what the Attorney General would say about that, but
No, because the overlay simply allows it to occur.
Yeah.
Right.
But they would have to approve whatever is done because it's municipal land.
Yeah.
So
Right.
you definitely have, even though there's no special permit, you definitely have
It's as of right for the
have a
select.
permit back there.
Not for
Right, exactly. That's right.
yeah.
That's right.
A developer can't come in and say,
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna do this on your municipal
No, it's
land, I don't care
municipal
what you think.
That's right, but the selectmen could say.
Any other questions on Article 25?
The reason why we put 3 is because if one got struck down at town meeting or something, you need 2, for the Attorney General to pass an overlay, it can't be spot zoning, so we needed at least 2.
So
We were questionable on this one.
The 495 one?
I mean, if a town, if they voted out, or if the selectmen didn't want to include it, they could, but we need 2. So these 2 are
Right
good.
next to each other.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
We're not doing an overlay of this kind on the unused industrial land in town.
That's not
What are you
municipal
saying?
then.
And now it's privately owned. It needs to be municipal. We can't like,
Well, wait, is there an overlay, or does it have to be a municipal overlay?
This particular article
It's
is
a municipal.
that's a separate issue that you're talking about, maybe not a bad one.
Well, the way I heard the criteria was simply you had to have some rights, some overlay rights. It wasn't clear it had to be municipal. All right.
well, we did municipal because that's what we have access to.
So I think the point is that you could also include the future site or comment, as part of the overlay, and then, if they choose to develop more solar there, then, so be it.
All right, no other questions or discussion on 25, let's move to 26.
So this one is, so the fire department Chief Mentor came to us with a bunch of things he wanted to add into the bylaws. And then the ones we didn't do is he wanted to add a residential building height. And we were doing a bunch of trying to figure out, I think he said he wanted a height of 26 feet. But we were trying to review what the current buildings are and, what they could be, and we didn't really think it was a problem. And his thing was saying, well, we only have, so much of a ladder height, but, so
Yeah.
you said get a tall ladder,
Well, at some point, I would be concerned about that one, because then we're looking at a $1 million fire truck.
But anyway, we didn't see residential buildings height as an issue, so, and we were trying to calculate, well, if the building's on a hill and the basement's
so-
on here,
Well,
so.
let's focus on the one that we gotta deal with.
Yeah, so this is just a Knox block on the outside, so that the fire department, any new building would be required to put this, so they'd have access to the building to shut down, if there's chemicals in the building, or just to shut down it's just access to the building for the fire department, that's all it is.
So any new building,
Any new building, so that's.
that we have to really,
Not even a
commercial,
discussion.
any new
Commercial,
commercial,
right.
unlikely we gotta deal with it.
Well, you could.
We already have one commercial building where they cheated on height.
Well, it's not all built, it's not all new, it's all commercial and business industries that have an automatic fire alarm system.
All right, so it's not all new then, okay.
All right, so next, so when we were looking at it, the one our,
27?
When we were looking at this green community, when we were looking at the industrial zone, so currently in the business and the limited business, all those, a special permit is required. Whereas in the industrial zone, just site plan review is required. So we felt that with, the special permit is working really well, as seen with Clinton Savings Bank. 626, we did Bolton Solar, we did a special permit for the assisted living facility, which would be behind Bolton Manor. So we felt, with the industrial being, you know, there being so many factors to it, so part of a special permit is, you know, is there detrimental to the neighborhood? We look at stormwater. We look at, you know, how the building fits into the town. You know, there's just many things we look at, you know, the design review building looks at that. So with something as big as an industrial building, now Cobham is very underutilized, it's like nobody there, so potentially that could be knocked out and a new building put in. Paragon's there. There's actually a bunch of industrial plots besides those that are privately held and unused. So we want, as the planning board, to add the same special permit process that we use for business and limited business. And it's not taking away the selectmen's site plan review, that would still be there as well, so.
And it's just on these three things, light manufacturing,
Well, it's the industrial zone, which is the Paragon, and there's a couple plots around Paragon, and it's Cobham, which there's a couple plots, there's actually, if you look at the map, there's a couple industrial plots to the left of Cobham. It's just those. So if a new business was to come in, they would have to get a special permit. And like I said, you know, looking at environmental factors, are they gonna have chemical storage? You know, they having waste tanks that they have to hold? Noise pollution, you know, it's everything a special permit would look at, you know, whether it's detriment. There's a neighborhood right behind Cobham. So would anything that these industrial businesses would do, would they be detrimental to that neighborhood? You know, so.
so can you give some other examples where a special permit, so 626 was a special permit?
Yeah, 626 was special permit, Clinton Savings Bank was, we just did 470 Main Street, which is the building to the left of the Country Cupboard, and they'll start building in April. We did the Bolton Solar Facility, we did the assisted living.
To the left or the right of Country Cupboard?
You know that way.
Depends on how you look at it.
When you're looking at the Country Cupboard, the white building to the left, that's gonna be taken down and a new house.
Both sides is a White House.
And problems hopefully for sale.
Right. But it's industrial zone, so anything can come in there, and, you know.
Okay. Any other questions on
And
20?
any of that would require site plan review.
So the way we looked at this planning board is, you know, you guys don't have the time, I don't wanna say expertise, but we have, like, people that are experts in stormwater that could look at that. We have people, you know, who know landscaping, we have people who know, just overall design. So we would do the nitty-gritty details, and then everything always goes to the selectmen for the final site plan review, which I think it's been working out okay. I know there's been some hitches, you know, I know Clinton Savings Bank wasn't happy with a couple of things, but, you know, the goal is to make sure that Bolton is, you know, hesitant about business, so we want to make sure, like Clinton Savings Bank is a prime example of a new development that just totally fits in the town. I mean, it looks perfect, you know? So I think it worked out for everybody. It worked out for them because the customers are happy, people are coming, I mean, so it's just, it's allowing another set of eyes on what could potentially be a huge development in Bolton. I mean, so that's why we added the special permit.
Mr. Lindsay?
There are two asterisks after bulk storage, and I don't see where they go to or refer to.
I don't know why the asterisks are there.
That may be part of the,
There's probably a definition somewhere.
In the existing
the
bylaw.
existing bylaw.
Might be worth checking if they refer to it.
Right.
Any other questions on 27? All right, 28.
Okay, so Skinner property. So this has been on the market for 5 years. It's been vacant for 5 years. They're trying, you know, it's gone through a couple of realtors. They're trying to find a buyer for that. But they haven't been able to find a buyer. They came to us and they actually requested that we do what's the wording? They wanted to do I can't think of it. They wanted to get 25 houses in that one area. What's the word I'm looking for?
Cottage overlay.
A cottage overlay, thank you. So they wanted a cottage overlay where they can, like, an over 55 type community. So they came to us right towards, there was no way possible that we could create an overlay and find a second, because we can't just do that one location, we'd have, so we didn't want to get into that. And currently it's zoned business, so there's no residential allowed. It seems like they're really pushing for the residential part of it. So what we decided would be easiest and would also allow them potential options was to add it into the overlay. So what the overlay, the mixed-use village overlay, what the overlay does is it takes it from, right now, business is 8% of one building, 8% coverage of the total land for one building. So the overlay bumps that to 10%, allows multiple buildings, so you can have, say, a couple of townhouses, and then it's, you know, so they don't, there's not a prescribed, you know, 50-50 or whatever, but, you know, so a mix of business and residential, so they get their residential portion, and it would potentially give developers come in, you know, to look at the land in a different way, since they have had a hard time finding somebody to take the land. She actually, the owner did have a construction company that wanted to buy the land just to store equipment and, like, the, you know, the cement barriers and stuff, but she didn't feel, she wants to, the land to be used for something good for the town, you know, not just some construction company storing equipment there, so she didn't actually take that buyer. So, and also the planning board, you know, would like, you know, the planning board would like a business to be in there and not just give it up to residential.
So I was on the overlay committee, and there was an awful lot of time spent on defining exactly the barriers of that.
Yep, I know.
Because 626 wasn't included.
Right.
So,
Well, because that's right in a residential neighborhood, you know.
all right,
Yeah.
I'll let you have that one. But this property is significantly farther east,
Mhm.
where that present,
Yeah.
all those folks living in residential property, they're gonna be okay with this one.
Well, I mean, nobody came to the, no, we do have somebody coming tomorrow night that have an issue with it, but we had a public hearing and nobody even showed up. I'm sure there will be, you know, right now, it's a vacant building, you know, so they can, you know, take away that building and add an 8% coverage building, and it could be a strip mall, it could be whatever they want, you know, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think what all this really does is it allows for potentially some expanded use, because right now it's zone business, so someone could put a,
Right.
you know, put a building there, raise what's there, and put a business in, or put a strip mall in.
Yeah.
This just gives flexibility to allow one building, or it could allow more than one building,
Right.
and it could also add a residential component to it.
Yeah.
So, you know, adding the residential component and allowing for more than one building just gives the planning board a bit more flexibility in terms of how it would be laid out, and the 8% versus 10% is not that big a deal.
Does anyone find this a little interesting, that we're gonna take one piece of business property and we're gonna bring it back into a potential residential situation.
Well, so
There's a multiple business building part of it too.
Yeah.
And I remember you guys fought so hard when it was the salt box, before Frank bought it, when the other owners were trying to make it a multiple, oh my gosh, that was gonna be the end of the world. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yeah.
I mean,
And now it's all okay.
I personally, I mean,
It's like Catholicism.
personally, I'm a champion of the overlay, because I think the development you can get of the overlay is a lot more aesthetically pleasing to town than what we currently have, which, what you can do now is you can build a big strip mall, you know, one big building, but with the overlay, you know, you can have smaller buildings, more of a village style, some housing, you know, part of it. And I'll tell you what, if this doesn't pass, I mean, they're gonna keep pushing for, you know, they want it to be residential. I mean, based on the realtor coming in and talking to us, that's where they really want it to be. They want it to be residential. And I personally, we didn't have a vote on the planning board. I want it to stay business because I think that the town needs amenities for, you know, if you talk to realtors and stuff in town, people who come into town want, whether it's restaurants, I mean, I think a perfect thing for that location is if you could get some type of like primary care facility or something like that, you know, doctors.
I'm not a realtor, but I would be a little leery of having that mixed that way. I don't know, personally.
Well, the whole point of it is to have, you know, of the village, like the mobility, you know, live, work, you know, being able to walk to business, that's the whole.
Anyone that age, they're gonna have a tough time walking out.
I'm confused about what's going on here, because what I heard is the owner wanted a cottage overlay, which we're not gonna grant, because
When they came to
we're not
us.
gonna grant it. For whatever reason, we're not gonna grant it, at least not this year.
Yep.
Right? They didn't ask for a mixed-use overlay,
Well,
but we're gonna give them one anyway.
well, they've been trying.
And why would you do that to somebody?
Well, they've been trying to sell the property for 5 years.
But they,
And.
so you're gonna help them, maybe you're gonna make it harder for
Do
them.
you want it to be vacant forever? I mean, what's your goal?
Well, actually, maybe the question
Still
should
pay
be,
taxes.
have you talked with is the owner in agreement with making the zoning change?
They thought it would be good and it'd be interesting to have, you know, develop, because they don't want to develop it. They just want to sell it pretty much.
No, but my question was, is the owner in agreement to wanting to do this?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, well, so that's.
Okay, that's the part I didn't hear. The owner wants this, it's a different story.
it's another tool
She just
for,
wants to sell it.
yeah, it's another tool
But are
for,
we deciding what's best for her to sell, or is she deciding what's best for her to sell? That's what I'm confused
If
about.
she gets the money, does she care?
that's right.
Well, obviously,
Turned down
she's
money
in
already.
Maybe she didn't get the right price, though. That's-
In the village overlay, is there a minimum, is there a defined split between business and residential?
No. It's
So
specific.
by making it part of the overlay, then they can go 100% residential?
No,
And-
no.
Okay, so there is a,
There isn't.
There is no percentage, it comes to the planning board, and the planning board gets a development plan, and, you know, we look to see what makes sense for it, you know? And the heart of it is to have a mixed use, you know, to have some business, some residential.
Do you have all houses in one little business?
I mean, that's not the heart of, behind it, there is no
But you could.
specific.
I don't think so. I don't remember it that way.
It's
well, that's why I'm
It's supposed to
asking.
be, it says balance, I believe.
Does, okay.
And balance, whether it's 40-60, 50-50, you know.
And maybe, could you clarify, the cottage overlay, that would be considered spot zoning?
Right.
Right, so you would need at least two parcels in order to zone something cottage. And that was the issue we had when we were rezoning Slaters.
Yeah.
And we had to rezone both Slaters and Skinners at the same time, so it wouldn't be considered spot zoning. So that's why,
Yeah.
unless you have two parcels that you can do cottage, you can't do.
So Skinner's actually used to be residential up to that point. I'm hesitant to take it away from business because it's one of the few business-zoned lands. By making it the mixed use, potentially, you know, they've had 5 years and nobody, you know, even like a storage place came and looked at it, and they said, well, we don't want it because there's not a good line, they want to have, you know, a line of sight from the street. So, I mean, it's kind of, even though it's on 117, it has tons of traffic, it's up on top of the hill, you can't really see what's there. Yeah, so just by putting it into the overlay, it was just another tool, potentially some developer could come in and see, you know, a use for the land, you know. But I will say, what they're really pushing for is for it to be a cottage overlay. They came with a plan, actually from Sudbury, where they did, you know, some type of cottage overlay, and they're looking to put, they showed the land and how it laid out. They wanted to put 25, you know, granny flats, and Jonathan keeps words. That's what you call them, right? Yeah, they wanted to put 25 units, but, so we wouldn't have time to do that. So, in order to allow the owners and developers to look, another look, we said we would add it into the village overlay.
All right, any other questions before we move on? All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, so up next, and sorry for the delay, update on space needs report, Mr. Sagansky and Ms. Ramasco.
Well, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to start reading this 40-page report. Let me bring up copies. We are not going to go over it in detail, but, you know, Lorraine has signed them on the way out if you'd like. I'll increase the value. I have asked Don Lowe to get on the selectmen's agenda, but I don't know if it'll be necessary after tonight. So this is the high school space needs report. We first met about 2 years ago in December 2013. We've been meeting pretty much monthly since then. And let me give you the sort of outline and boundaries of the report. We went through and we identified programs, classes, courses, health, safety issues related to space needs. There are no recommendations in this report. There is nothing in this report that says you need to do a renovation, you need to do a build, you need to do this, that, or the other thing. Okay? It does say we need 9 additional classrooms, but how you get there, we don't make any recommendations like that. So now it's also a very dense document for the reason that we wanted to get something that would be from the taxpayer's point of view as opposed to, say, the administrator's point of view, or if you're familiar with MSBA, Massachusetts School Building Authority, they have a requirement for information, but we felt that if we were going to put our time into this, we wanted something that you could stand up in front of town meeting and say, here's why you got to do something. It is far more detailed than anything the MSBA wants or is interested in. Okay, so again, we took it to be sort of a taxpayer report. The highlights of our findings are that as we sit here today, the school is overcrowded. There are more kids in the school, there are more students in the school than there is capacity in the classrooms. Study halls are conducted in the hallway outside the auditorium. Okay?
Appropriately named.
Right. So, you know, if you had more classrooms, you could, A, take some of those kids who are in study hall could take classes, because you'd have a classroom for them to teach in. If someone wanted to take a study hall, they'd be in a more suitable study hall area. Right now, you know, the upperclassmen either go to the library, causing overcrowding there, which is difficult because it's also a teaching area, or they go to the cafeteria, which is difficult because it's the center of all the traffic in the school. So the immediate need and the worst problem right now is overcrowding. There are no health or safety issues related to the overcrowding. Right? It's an academic performance issue. If you take away the overcrowding, the next biggest issue continues to be the science labs. They really haven't been through much change since it was built in the 1950s or the 1960s. and there were some modifications to the science labs. By current classroom standards, they are small. If you were to build a new science lab anywhere in this state, the average one would be 40%, have 40% more floor space. Okay? They're also, the way the pipes are laid out, the way the electricity is laid out, it's a very rigid layout. You don't have much flexibility. You can't move things around to do experiments, so on and so forth. And there's the other things, such as there's only one chemical fume hood for 10 classrooms, stuff like that. So the upshot of that of the science labs is that it's not just that they're small, but kids in Acton, Boxborough can do experiments with lasers that require you to spread out a little bit that we can't do here because there's not enough room in the classroom. Okay? Kids at Lincoln Sudbury can do chemistry experiments because they've got fume hoods in more chemistry rooms than we do here. We only have one. So it's not unsafe because they limit the school, limits the curriculum, and limits the classes for chemistry to, if you're taking a chemistry class that requires a fume hood, it can only be held in that one class. They schedule that class first, and whatever fits in elsewhere fits in elsewhere.
So when you said a need for 9 classrooms.
9 classrooms, general purpose classrooms,
Not-
and one new science lab.
Okay.
All right, those are related to the overcrowding.
What did NEASC play in this?
NEASC had space they recognized that it was crowded, but it wasn't a major issue with NEASC.
When they came to do their interviews with us, they mentioned that, but that was before we moved the temporary units from Stowe up to the high school, and we let them know that we were doing that, and they said that's good. But we also told them that we had a committee that was looking at it in depth, and so they knew that we were moving it forward.
It's not something that they told us we had to respond to in the next year or the next 5 years. It's not on their big issues list. Now, beyond that, there's a lot of specialized spaces in the high school, and that's because of the changes in curriculum, the changes in student interest, the changes in what it takes to prepare for college study and stuff like that. More and more general purpose classrooms are being allocated to special purpose. Special purpose are, there's desktop computers in there, and they've got highly specialized software on them that can only be used for a couple of particular things. So if it's computer, if that room has computer science stuff in it, you're not going to use it for art. And there's a whole bunch of issues like that. So we broke everything down into 5 categories. One of them is critical. That relates to health, safety, legal, or accreditation issues. Another is important. Important is stuff that affects most of the students in the schools. So, for example, cafeteria overcrowding would be important. Recommended. There are some shortcomings in space, but the number of students affected is well less than half the student population. Desirable is stuff that it just shouldn't be that way, but there's no direct measurable effect on student performance. And the final one is defer. Our belief is that there is going to be, or there should be, some kind of successor committee to the space needs. A building committee of some kind at some point, and those are issues that they should address because it's things that'd be nice to get fixed if you can do it cheaply, or if you can do it as part of another project, as opposed to being things that would really drive a project. Now, the report is thick for a couple of different reasons. One is the first section, we go through everything in terms of sort of how a student experiences it. So the science, all the issues with the science labs are grouped under the science labs. All the issues with sports and wellness and physical ed are grouped under wellness. All the things around performing arts or the fine arts are grouped under headings for those issues. And that takes up a number of pages, right? So you got the classroom issues and so on and so forth. And then we did an appendix to the report that takes all those same issues and groups them by category. So all the critical issues are in one section. All the important issues are in another section. All the recommended issues are grouped together. So you get to see it's all exactly the same text, it's just grouped differently.
Okay.
And then we've got some, a few pages at the end about classroom utilization. Our classroom utilization is up around 93%. If you were to build a new high school, it would be 85%. And in part, where we get the 9 new classrooms needed is that's what it would take to not only deal with the overcrowding, but then to also get the current classroom utilization down to 85%. The reason 85% is desirable is it gives the students the most chances to take courses that are going to enhance their high school experience, get the most out of high school, and provide the best background for applying to college. And then we've got, at the very back of the report, some curriculum and planning goals. These are large-scale goals of desired to-be enhancements to the curriculum. What would we like to add to science courses? What would we like to add to journalism courses? That just can't be considered because of the space constraints right now. So that's a high-level survey of the whole report. It's available on the school district website. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
So no official recommendations in the report. And so have you essentially handed it off to the school committee?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Can I make a quick comment? I read this today, and it is so thoughtful and well done, and it was really interesting.
Thank you.
You guys did a nice job.
You did a great job.
One thing I don't think I heard Bob mention, this will require hiring more teachers if we have more classrooms.
If you have more classrooms, yes. There's not going to be much use without more teachers.
Yes, so
So
there'll
the budget will go up there.
Well, some teachers don't have classrooms, right? So potentially they could.
You have 10, don't you, have classrooms, right?
Well, yeah, but all those teachers are in classrooms. The difference is they have to move their stuff from classroom to
You
classroom.
have that marked as critical.
And we addressed that in here because for those teachers, and there are about 10 of them, if you assume it takes 2 minutes to hand out all your materials at the beginning of class, and 2 minutes at the end, 4 minutes, every 11 days, that's like skipping a class. Every 11 days, you've used up 44 minutes, which is how long a class period is. So every 11 days, if your teacher is sharing a room and moving you room to room, your student is losing a full day of class face time. The other side effect of that, which is not as tangible and easy to measure, is the teacher's got to hurry to their next classroom, which means the student can't ask them a question because the teacher's going to be on their way. The teacher may want to stay, the student may want to stay, but the teacher's got to be to some other classroom, and so there's a lost opportunity there.
That's pretty much all the time, though. Because most teachers who don't have rolling carts leave a classroom at the end of it anyway, because they usually have another class to go to, because they do switch off.
Okay.
I mean, English 101 for freshmen are here always, and sophomores are over here, or they're mixed, and they do move. So you don't have like when we were in high school, one teacher stays in a room, but they do make time for students during the day, before school and after school, and make up for that, because they are very aware of that.
Right, and that's a
They
good
do-
illustration of what we were talking about, the high utilization causing that problem.
Yes.
Because, you know, even if teachers do have to move from class to class, it'd be less frequent, but because of the high utilization, it contributes to this problem. So it's this, again, it's hard to measure, but it's definitely a loss for the students.
Can you speak to the data that projected the population growth?
We don't have that yet. We're expecting that in April.
I see. Okay.
Now, is this report going to be presented to town meeting or something?
No,
I didn't think so.
this is it. This is the highlight,
Okay.
tonight.
Yeah, so just to give everyone, part of this falls on me. I've been trying to get Bob in here, and it's on me. I mean, Bob was ready to come in right when we first met this year, and it's gone back and forth, and then, I thought because we've been talking about capital planning, and, Mr. Cleary was gonna come in, I wanted to have him involved in the conversation, and then also just where this is going, right? And since this is potentially enlarged capital. So, Lorraine, could you speak a little bit, so no official recommendations, right? And that was my question too. This is all great, 9 new classrooms makes all the sense in the world, but how long is that gonna last, right? Because what's population gonna do over time, or when, and I know it's predicated on a new superintendent, but can you give us a sense on when the town might be looking at a building committee and moving forward on this front?
So Bob came and presented this 2 weeks ago to us.
Yeah, 2
So we
weeks.
saw it about a couple of weeks ago. This committee officially saw it for the first time. And then Bob came back the next week for us to vote on submitting a statement of interest
Right, to the MSBA.
to the MSBA.
Do you know what that is?
The mess.
Well,
Building
MSBA is
Authority.
the School Building Authority, and an SOI is a form that they have that says, we have a problem, we want to engage with you to solve this problem. And they pay, somewhere between 30 to 45% of whatever your solution is.
It's in the 30s now.
Down to the 30s? Okay.
Yeah, so I'll give you a little bit of information just to bring you up to speed where the school committee is at. We know there's a problem with the high school. We also know that there's overcrowding right now. We know that the facility is outdated. I mean, if the school committee has been concerned that in 15 years we have similar structure across the district, just the way we're structured. And this building is much older than 15 years, and students and society and things are changing, and they're changing quickly. And it's been a long time since we've had the opportunity to really look at what does today's student need, not just for right now, but for the next 20, 30 years. So when Bob, and I was on this committee for the first year, and the amount of work that went into it was amazing, and you're right, it was extremely well done. When the report was submitted to us, and we had a chance to review it and then talk about it, we all want to submit the statement of interest. The concern that we have, so we want to do this, we know we need to do this, we need to get in the queue. The concern that we have is that if we submit for this April, we haven't given the community enough time to understand what the issues are and to vet it with the community, because this could be it would, if we get into the queue, be a significant expense. And the expense isn't just, oh, you're gonna build a new school, your share of the 180 million is X.
No.
But-
That's Newton North. That's Newton
She's
North.
adding what we're paying for Minuteman on top of what we have
There you
to
go.
pay for Michelle.
But we would still have to come up with money in order to do a feasibility study, which could be in the neighborhood of $650 was the lowest, but the bottom line is, we're gonna have to come up with a little bit of money. We're not ready to go to the community and do that. We feel like we need to do a little bit more work, and frankly, we have some pretty big projects in front of us right now that we want to do well and we want to do thoroughly, like hiring a superintendent, like we're waiting on the school business officials report to come back to us, and that will help us understand where there are efficiencies in the budget, where there are efficiencies operationally. We are looking at a possible reorganization across the district. There's a lot going on. So the committee felt that we would look to submit an SOI in January of 2017. That will give us the time that we need to be thoughtful about the projects we have, complete them to the best of our ability, begin to start getting information out into the community, hold Q&A sessions, let people ask questions, because we do have to do something with the high school. And we all know that if we fix our high school, whether that's a renovation, an addition, a facelift, whatever it may be, that's goodness, eventually.
I didn't think
for
you were
people
going
moving in.
that way. I thought you were going with, that's an added expense.
So,
Well,
So
that
they
is
can't-
an added expense.
I always think just the number.
But you have to think about quality.
You're all rainbows and flowers.
No, honey, I'm not. Have you seen our budget?
No, you're right. That, it would be nice, all this,
But we're not ready right now. We have work to do.
so when you were on the board, we talked a lot about the MSBA with some of their ridiculous requirements when they build a new school. So is that something we are set on doing though?
Well,
Or are we gonna look at other
Put it
options?
on our own, we can't pay for it on our own, that's crazy.
Well, you don't, well, it depends on what it is, but you're right.
It depends on
That's
what
what
it
the
is.
MSBA
That's right.
Here's
That's right.
part of the problem, and yes, MSBA makes you, you know,
Jump through hoops.
they've got a
So
certain.
you turn it over to them.
Yeah, when you become a partner with the MSBA, you become the junior partner, okay? So, it's their money, and, it's the golden rule, whoever's got the gold makes the rules. And yeah, you gotta do things the MSBA's way. There are a couple of things, though. We have a document that documents what our real issues are, okay? And if push comes to shove, we can push back and say, unless it's addressing these issues, why should we do it? The second thing is, what I learned talking to the people who ran the building project for the center school in Stowe, which just got finished this past year, is that your architect is key, is the key voice between you and the MSBA. You want to get a good architect that knows what the MSBA wants, where they'll give, where they won't give, and how you're gonna do your stuff in between. MSBA actually scaled back Stowe's request for the center school. They wanted to add a senior center as part of the project. MSBA said, no, you can't do that. On the other hand, they do have some foundation and pillar work, steel superstructure, but if they need to add a couple of classrooms to the second floor over there, they can do it without pouring new concrete, okay?
Well, it's sure better than the little satellite classrooms they have outside right now.
Right, but, so, you're not gonna be worse off than any place else. In terms of the in terms of other schools, Concord Carlisle just built a new school. It just opened up last fall, $90 million, right? We're a little bigger than we are. Middlesex, North Middlesex, which is the three towns of Pepperell, Townsend, and Athol, brand new school, $80 million. Now, let me point out that both of those school districts were under NEASC sanctions.
Yeah.
They had to do something. We are not under those circumstances
Not yet.
at all.
Anyway, we're not on probation either, right?
We are not on probation.
You said
could be
we're heading
facing-
that way.
We could be, but they're gonna address the problem.
With the warning,
Yeah.
we are addressing that.
Okay. All right.
And it wouldn't be for the building concerns anyway.
Exactly.
Right.
Any other questions for Lorraine or Bob?
So you say you're gonna be going after this in January 2017.
Yep.
Does that mean that we should be expecting another 650 in the initial budget for June of 2017? Or should
No,
we plan for a year after that?
Well,
we're working on 217 now.
This is
You
too, yeah.
know, I know.
So it would be the FY '18
Sure.
budget. It would be the FY '18 budget,
Right, so
which is
that will be, yeah.
But I'm no promises, but I'm hoping that the work that we are able to do with the NASBO organization is gonna give us some insight into areas of the budget that we really need to more fully understand. But the high school is something we do have to do something with it. Well, one of the questions that Bob and I have gone back and forth on is, do we need to partner with MSBA? Because they end up they tell you what you're gonna do. You decide what you want, they tell you what you're gonna do, and that's the end of it. And then they come back to us, and we say, well, we don't really wanna do all of that, we just wanna do this. And then you decide, do you really wanna fund it yourself? And the answer is, if it's 30% of whatever the total cost is.
Yeah, the other aspect of that is, let's say you build 9 classrooms, and you do it yourself, okay? And then a few years later, 10 years later, you go back and you say to MSBA, we've got this other project at the high school, we want to do that. And they said, okay, we'll help you there. But you know all the stuff you didn't want to do with us back in 2018? You go fix that and make it compatible now. And, it's just cheaper if you're going to do it their way at some point, it's cheaper to do it their way when you're building it, rather than try to retrofit what you've got out there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, sounds like an
may,
episode of The Sopranos.
they may come back and say, right.
I'm not sure if I should take exception to that one, but
He said Sopranos, not Romanescos.
Yes, we're all Sicilian. But the other thing I want you to think about too, not to make you nervous, sunshine and flowers, but I do want you to think about the fact that if we do a renovation, a significant renovation or an addition or a new school or whatever, we also are going to have the added cost of, we still have to educate students. And they will not be able to be educated in a building that's being renovated or added onto or rebuilt. So this is a much broader discussion than let's just do what we need to do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
Which is why we need to get through the next couple of months and be very thoughtful about this. We're not going to walk away from this. Everyone on the committee unanimously agrees we need to do it, and we need to be. So as soon as we get those other issues put to bed, we'll start doing our part.
No, I thought it was, just in light of where we are, this is the time of year where we're coming together trying to figure out where all the money's gonna go to close out this year.
So would you like us to do the SOR?
And just knowing what, the numbers coming in from Minuteman and knowing where this was in the hopper, just starting to think about the future, so.
Well, and it's scary for Minuteman too, because I know people are concerned about 2 large building projects.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
But,
Well, our portion of Minuteman is kind of small.
right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Minuteman is $60 a year roughly?
$65, $66.
And my rough guess of a $90 million high school, 1/3 paid for by the state, is $800 a house per year. So, we're talking 2 very different
Yeah,
things between Minuteman
we don't,
and this.
I'm sick of doing that whole household per thing. Because it all adds up, and it still translates into the household dishing out a lot.
Well,
So,
I
know
think it's
they're
a
not the
huge
same-
difference. Dishing out $60 a household versus 800 is
No, exactly. But we don't need to bring it down to the per household, because they're just big numbers on it.
I do.
So,
Yes.
so it's a nice report, and read it, of course. But I wonder what happens to it now. I mean, it's all fine, going to talk to 20 people in this room, but it needs, I think, to be more socialized.
Exactly. That
I
is
got an email
exactly.
today from Perry Graham with it. That's
Okay.
where I read it. So it did go to all the high school parents.
So
There is a Yahoo listserv group of parents in the Neshoba Regional School District, and I wasn't aware it was on the website, posted on the website until just before I came in here, but I'm going to send out a notice to that listserv telling those folks that they can download it and look at it.
Is there a way we can let the general public know?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
it's on the school district website.
No,
No,
I
I
think
mean-
where you're going is where we're going, which
As
is.
a former
Right.
newspaper editor,
Bolton Independent?
no, well, that's.
No, I mean,
a
we could
possibility.
put something in there.
But, I mean, there are plenty of people in town who are not, either are not high school parents or are not parents at all.
Right.
And they should know about this.
So you just hit on exactly why we did not submit the SOI, because we have not been able to set up Q&A sessions for other folks and do the full communication strategy, which is what we need to do.
And I mean, if you approach the two newspapers that serve the town and offer this up to them, if they're worth their salt, and I think they are, they'll do something.
And you know, Joe, I gotta tell you the truth, I don't wanna do this one piece here, one piece there. I wanna put together a full
Oh, sure.
plan so that we can be more thoughtful.
So your plan with the MSBA, would they come back and say, okay, a new building is what you need, this is what it costs, or we can make these renovations, or they give you options?
They give you options.
You sit down with the architects and work out what, of all the stuff in here, there's stuff that's more important than others. How can you address it? What are the different ways you can do it? Do you add on? Do you renovate? Do you demolish anything? You go through all of that with the architects. When you do with the MSBA, they tell you, they give you the list of project managers that you can select from. They give you the list of architectural firms that you can select from. So these are all going to be architects that know what's acceptable to the MSBA, and you can hash it out with them, and if you get the architect on your side,
Then it'd be cost effective.
then it's more cost effective. And they will also tell you, if you do it that way, you're gonna have a problem getting it by MSBA, or if you do it that way, you're really wasting some money for this other reason. And the problem with trying to find out, can you do this without MSBA, is you gotta spend money to do that.
Right.
No, they have a formula to predict how many kids 5 years from now, or whatever it
Who's
is.
this?
What is it? Doesn't the state have some kind of formula?
Yes.
To predict the growth?
Yes.
Do we know what that is?
It's coming next month.
But it's two different things, because we have a study coming, which I think is more valuable to the individual towns. MSBA does its own, and they only do a 5-year lookout.
Okay.
Or, yeah, they only look 5 years out. So,
Which, by the time you build the school. Yeah.
but our population isn't going,
Yeah.
it's not doing this.
No.
All right. Well,
Are you done with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Saying,
did.
all right, but then you ask another question.
I was done with you for
Sorry.
10 minutes of Weasel. Oh. Thank you. I do. Thank you both very much for
Thank you.
coming in.
Great.
Have a nice evening.
Bob did a great job. He
Yeah.
deserves a lot of credit, and we appreciate
Did
it.
you gentlemen like
It was a lot of one.
signed autographed copies here?
Please.
He's such a sore loser.
Anybody find a I lost my
All right, we got a horse ring to talk about.
You're doing a great job. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we're good.
Make it really brief.
Mr. Brown, how are you this evening?
Just fine, Mr. Cody, how are you?
Doing well. All right,
So
so
happy to hear that.
That's sure. So horse ring. So what's happening there?
No, the horse ring received some destruction from a vehicle going down and tearing it up and running over nets. Also, the sheep, what we know is the sheep field, that was done too. Okay? And this time it was significant damage. This is
Vehicles or cars?
The best the camera could pick up is a vehicle with, has lights overhead and that blinded the camera. So I can't say exactly what it is. But it's a vehicle. It's, say, a truck or Jeep or something in that side by the measurements of the wheels, I believe, or a Jeep, but I could be wrong, could be a small truck.
Is there insurance that'll deal
Not
with
that
that?
I know of. Not that I know of. So what we put before you is a figure of $8,500. That would take care of that would bring the field back and take care of the scarring on the field, both fields. And a figure of $785 for a fabricate and install a gate. What I'm proposing, which this gentleman doesn't know about yet, is down...
Isn't that always a little scary?
It is
I just
scary.
listen.
It's down where we come in at the lower part of the field, there's two boulders. We put another boulder there, and then off the horse ring field, I get a couple boulders there. That way people can walk between and vehicles can't. The only gate we'd put would be furthest to the right-hand side, behind the sewage treatment plant. A gate there. Now, I know there's been proposals to put 2 more gates coming and going out from the fields, the sheep field, or where the sewage treatment plant is, but that's the problem. The sewage treatment plant is accessed on a daily basis. They spend every time I'm there, I see them by Whitewater. So Joyce came up with an idea that I like, is that we install a few cameras and put some big signs up saying it's under surveillance. I would think that would be less expensive and less intrusive, and that way I know other people that go to the school or bring their children there use it, and we can still use it and go through. And we'll be under surveillance. And hopefully those big signs and those cameras, one would be put on the sewage treatment plant and then maybe 2 more remotely. And that would hopefully deter anything. Now, we have had in the past, and Joyce alluded to it, we've wanted to make this field more secure, and we've met some opposition. I think now, after 2 times of getting it cut up, we need to put it so people can walk in there, but can't drive in there. And I was saying that, I know I'm rambling, but I say in the future, I believe you'll see all the people parking on the sheep field and the play being down there on the horse ring field, because there will be a building someday where we access it now. That building will be put there, and that will cut our access. So what we're looking for is money. It's easy as that.
$9,200.
So if you let us buy a few cameras and stuff, which it would be a nice thing for you to do, let's say maybe 11 or 12,000.
I thought there was a camera already there.
No, the camera there is one of our portables.
It didn't seem to do a good job, so why get more?
Because that camera is a small camera, it's a hunter's camera, and the way it was set, the lights blinded. If you put some up higher that can look down that are really security cameras, I think we'd see much better.
So my first gut would be the number to repair the damage. The camera, I think, could be a discussion for a later time. But I don't have any transfer requests in front unless I missed one.
No, there's no transfer. This is a discussion to see where we're going.
Yeah.
I would hate to cut down a tree to waste the paper.
So this is not official.
Well, yeah, if I may.
Go right ahead.
All right.
I'm having more fun though.
So we've been, Harold and I have been trying to communicate. Steve Schneider, Chair of Parks and Rec. So yes, the horse ring got torn up badly. Sheep's Field, pretty bad. And I wasn't on the commission when the damage started happening, but I understand there's been some discussion about securing the area in the past. And especially the entrance down by the garden, I think that there was an attempt by Harold and his team to put some stones down there, but it made the garden residents very upset, because you do need to access every once in a while. You need to get a vehicle in there to dump compost, et cetera, So really, if we do anything down there, it really needs to be a gate that's accessible.
You can access from the upper gate though. You can open the upper gate and drive around the field.
Why would you want to take a heavy vehicle through
I
a
do it all
sports
the
field?
time. They go around.
Perhaps we shouldn't.
Around the perimeter, next to the woods, there's no problem.
What Harold and I have been going back and forth is, I think that the use of 3 gates could secure both the horse ring and the sheep's field, and their gates. So if the sewage treatment folks need to get in there on a daily basis, give them a key.
Yeah, we just saw that lockbox thing from an hour or so ago we were talking about.
You know, it seems rather simple.
How much is a gate?
800,
That's
700, 800 bucks?
And you need 3, so that's the price of the cameras?
Oh, yeah, it would be the price of the cameras. But I'll tell you, it sounds good that you're gonna give them a key. Well, the first truck has the key, the next trucks don't have the key, they need the key. Pretty soon they're calling the police, then they're calling everybody.
So we have a lockbox that we could put on the gate.
All you people have the keys, because I'm not going.
So there could be a lockbox put on the gate with the combination.
Sure.
And then if it comes down to it that the driver doesn't know the combination, he can call, you know, whoever his boss is that would have the combination. I'm just saying, we have a situation where the vehicle that, you know, did this blinded the camera. I don't know, it just
Would the
seems...
camera get fed to the police like this one out here? Like,
They could. We could,
That's,
or they could store or whatever.
what was it with the camera? We said yes to cameras, and then, once we said yes, it came back to, oh, this is gonna be an ongoing maintenance thing, we get to, we just bought an annuity for the rest of the life.
The parking
I want
lot.
to see where all this comes. We could be,
And if we don't have to spend
very
it, we would have
serious.
somebody manning the police
Yeah.
station all the time.
But it sounds as if, you know, it's
It's still
all
not
Steve,
guaranteed you're
whether
gonna identify the vehicle.
exactly how many gates or how many cameras or whatever.
I think the most pressing issue is that lacrosse season starts very soon. So horse ring has to be repaired immediately. So what I would suggest right now is that perhaps we hold off on repairing Sheep's Field because it's not too bad, and we don't have lacrosse people getting ready. And the girls lacrosse team practices or plays back here. They put in $2,000 last year. You know, the sports teams are the ones that put the money into the fields. They put in $2,000 to have it, to have ruts filled in, reseeded, et cetera, and now we're dealing with a situation where it's torn up. They did a lot of damage down there. So if right now we can't agree on how to secure the entire area, then I say that if we're gonna leave Sheep's Field unsecured, we don't secure it right now, that the back entrance be the one where the boulders go, as well as the slope, sure everybody knows the slope, be secured, and then the gate go down in here. If in the future we come to an agreement where we want to secure the rest of the perimeter, then we can always remove the boulders and then add the gates and fix the sheep field.
I disagree. I think we put boulders here, here, and this is where the gate goes. That's the gate, that's where we access all the time.
So
We
need
access
to get in
that.
And access to get where?
We get in here and we go onto the field. We go right around the side of the field and we access this field from right here.
But why, to do what? What's the access
To
for?
mow the field. How do you think it gets mowed?
Right, so the mower,
The mowers come down here, go across here. And when we access it here. We never access here.
so it brings back my point where I think that we need
And
to
you're gonna end up
secure
with a
the...
building here and you're
So
gonna...
You guys
guys,
need to come
yeah,
to this
so
deal with money.
we can't do anything.
I know where you can get the boulders though.
I've got a couple of requests here.
Over
When
40B?
Yeah.
what we can do is
Oh, wow.
weigh in on this stuff, right? You guys haven't even, I can't do anything until there's a number that says, can you give us money?
I have a transfer request here. And I have 3 copies, so, but what we can do is, and you know,
Is it signed? When did you get that?
I got it from Linda today.
Today, that's probably.
So that
Get
would
this
be,
all out.
it would be helpful for us to have that as well.
I can give it to you right now.
I know that. I
But you asked that in the
Yeah,
beginning.
I'm just not a fan of
Let him finish
surprises.
his sentence.
Good.
So what this number represents is the repair of the fields and one gate. The $9,285. We're asking that it be transferred to our recreation fund 630-5200, which currently has $1,060 in it, but we need that for the beach, so we can't use that for this. So, again, I think, we will,
Because
we
it's
can
your
work.
budget and he does the work,
That's how I've been told that this
It
is,
works?
that this
This
works.
doesn't go in his budget.
You know,
I don't care.
I don't
This
either.
works.
I kind of do what I'm told, so.
So if you're gonna do just one field, 8,500 is not needed.
Then we can reduce it, I figured that out, so it would be 5,785.
That's,
Because I just don't see the point in repairing the sheep's field unless the area is secure. Because
that figure should be 6,285.
I thought sheep's field was 3,500.
No, it's at 6,285 is the figure.
So you're talking one gate,
One gate.
and repair of everything, is that secured?
What I heard out of these guys, the only thing I heard them say that they were in alignment was originally 9,200 and then this 9,285.
Yeah.
If you guys can agree on some other small, I don't really care how you, Boulder's gates, I don't care.
Yes, you do. Because if he's saying this takes care of one gate, and they only need 3, we don't want him to come back for 3 gates.
Does one gate secure everything if you put boulders everywhere else?
One gate will secure the sheep, the horse ring field.
It says it on
One gate
it
will
as
secure
well
that.
as,
Just make sure you're careful
Gate
with the
is-
other people, like the gardeners. who-
They'll be able to
It
walk
says-
through, but they're not gonna be able to drive through.
it says a gate installation,
able
it
to
doesn't
drive through?
say
What?
the purchase
Don't
of
they
a
need to be
gate.
able to drive
Why?
in there?
I need to bring
I'm not a gardener.
They need to bring it in.
I believe Steve covered that about their needs to bring
That's not
in
written
Yeah.
correctly.
compost or not.
You know, I
Compromise here.
The writing on here says
About
gate
2 gates, one for the
installation.
gardeners and one
Doesn't
for
say the
Harold
purchase
again.
of a gate.
Can I write in purchase of
No,
the gate?
you really can't. I don't know.
I wrote that in, I don't understand what the.
Well, because did you have this person sign it
That's
when you
me.
were writing it? That is you? Oh,
So
so
you can write it in.
I guess you can write it in, sure.
is it,
Yeah, you signed
it's
it.
critical tonight, like this, we can't sign this paperwork next Tuesday. We're gonna be here next Tuesday.
We gotta get the
No,
repairs,
let's do
to
it
get the
tonight.
repairs underway.
Just have it add gate and gate.
It just doesn't seem like these guys are on board on the same
Sign for the
fence.
minimum
One
amount of
gate?
money, and then they can finalize
But
the design.
you want one gate?
I
though?
would take one gate, on the
Okay.
location I said,
Give them one
and I
gate.
put another building down below.
Yeah, okay.
And how many gates do you want, sir?
I want,
One tonight, right?
but one tonight, but we cannot put boulders down by where the.
Why not?
There is agreement on one gate, at
Yes.
least for tonight.
Yes, where the gate goes,
Fine.
you guys aren't. doing
Yeah,
about
you
that.
guys have to hash out the logistics of the boulders and the gate, I suppose.
Yes.
But,
So what's the number, what is the number?
Is that 9260?
What is the number of the
one
request?
gate
It's
and
the,
gate
it's
installation.
that number less the cost of
Purchase of
the
the
repair of sheep field.
All right.
So the
So,
number is 6,285.
6,285 is the number.
because the repair sheep's field is 3,000, you told me.
I thought it was 3,500.
So 6285 should be the number.
Yeah.
I move we approve a transfer of 6,285 to Parks and Rec.
Second.
All those in,
Is that for a gate as well? The 62?
One gate,
One gate.
one gate,
They were-
horse ring repair.
One repair.
6280. All right, all those in favor of a transfer for a total of 6285, say aye.
Aye.
And it's a
Those-
horse ring on there.
Those opposed? 6285.
Have a good night.
There you go.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Take care, thank you, have a nice evening. All right, so we're on to the budget. So, The first one is, we're gonna start with moderator. I had heard that the moderator's okay with moving that down to $10. So I'll entertain a motion to move moderator from 100 down to 10.
I'll move that.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. So Ken, do you want me to make the additions on the fly? Oh, no, you don't have a laptop? All right. So I'll do that.
I'm happy to do that, Brad. You keep going with me. I'll catch up with you.
All right. So we did select, so the next one is, Board of Assessors, we voted on, I believe. Can everyone help me out? Because Ken and I were talking, we had an email back and forth, and Ken's note said we needed to approve Board of Assessors, but I thought we did.
I had it in there as advisory approved.
Yeah, it shows approved. yeah.
Okay, all right. So, let's see, next one is going to be, so public safety. That's 200, page 10. All right, so where we were on this one, guys, was, Ted gave a presentation last week, and we were talking about electricity, heating, oil. I worked with the Notchko over this past week to make sure that all throughout the budget that was taken care of. It is reflected here in public safety. And then, but we hadn't, finalized, the overall remaining. So, what is left is maintenance at 38,775, and then all the others below that. So, any issues, concerns on public safety? All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the remaining items, so from software support down to the bottom, as is.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right.
Just a clarification, was that software support down, or should that have been maintenance down?
Maintenance, yes. I said software support, didn't I?
Yeah.
You meant maintenance.
Yes.
Do you guys want to vote on maintenance and that just?
Yeah, so let's do that. Maintenance will remain at 38,775.
I'll move that.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor of maintenance remaining, say aye. Aye. All right. So now we move on to 210 police. And so the one area that we approved was we moved the office supplies to 5. Yes. All right, so we got gas in there, 14.2. So, any issues, questions on police department?
Did they provide any new numbers after last week's discussion?
Try to reduce it all.
So,
How many tasers?
yeah, it's all, there was no other,
The wages numbers, so that includes an SRO.
That's the overtime part.
Is that's
Yeah, see, I was hoping they would change that number, because it was my understanding that since that went to $40, there was some talk of making it a full-time officer, which would drop that from overhead to regular pay, and then up the benefits on the other side. Has there been any?
Yeah, the wages number went
movement on
up. The wages number was increased, include a full-time, yeah.
It includes it.
Yep, that 851,873 includes that new officer. That's my understanding.
Was that recently changed last week?
Yes. I
Okay.
can go back.
All right, so these are changes from last week, that's fine then.
Minoshka, is that right? These are changes from last week.
Yeah, let me just go, let me double check.
Dave, saw your hand up.
You're still giving them the 2 cruisers?
So far, what we're just trying to determine is whether they've made any changes in the request. Please.
I thought you were going to vote approval as you had on some of the others.
So I'm looking at last week's. Well, yeah, the cruisers, it's telling us that the
Okay.
Yes, that includes the full-time officer.
All
And
right.
there's a uniform increase
And
in correlation to that.
And was there a slight downward adjustment in overtime then?
Yep.
Now, the SRO, is the district going to do some kind of a reimbursement?
We do.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
but not insurance-wise, right?
No,
Not
nothing.
for longer term.
No fringe, I don't know what to do. I don't either.
And I don't know if it's gonna increase where it's now full-time.
I would assume so, but I
Yeah, I don't know what the reimbursement is.
So if I read this correctly, they did not change away from the proposal to purchase the two cruisers as opposed to lease them. So is that right?
Correct. Yeah, so it's a purchase of 2.
I thought one had been withdrawn.
Not by the number.
The chief's car.
No.
That's what I'm asking, whether any of that...
No, so the chief was originally going to have a new vehicle. And rearranged it so that the 2 new vehicles would move to the front and be used for frontline officers, and then he would assume or maintain his. So I was of that impression from the very get-go, so he just had to get on board with that.
Brad, the longevity should come out of here, because that's all under my budget now, so that line can be wiped out. That is the disability insurance under that line. That was in Chief Alfano's contract, so I'd say that could come out also. Because we don't have a new police chief contract, so both of those should come out.
Good catch.
Alright, so we can take those to 0.
How much did they spend on equipment cruiser of the $7 grand last year? Anybody remember that? About cruiser calls? It went from that to that.
Yeah. Meaning where
Well, it
are they?
went from 7 down,
To
then
3,
up to
then up to
3,
7.
then up to 7.
Yeah.
So, did we question him on that? Whatever.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just have a question, so without belaboring this, so the original request was for 2 cruisers, one was for the chief's own use.
Yes.
No, the chief never gets the new cruiser,
No, but that's
Well, that's
what that's how it was positioned. Stan.
originally.
Yes.
But I recall him saying that he was going to continue.
Exactly.
In a previous meeting, he was going to continue to drive the one he has
Correct.
now.
Still doesn't change the fact that he's still looking for 2 cruisers.
Right, right.
We were all
That's how
of
they
the
get
impression
you.
that 2 brand new cruisers, he wasn't gonna get one. He's gonna go to the guys out running after the bad guys.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
We just had to get him on board with that.
But does that change, because my recollection is, I had asked Don if that was for his personal use, he came back and said it was, and that was a $45,000 vehicle. I mean, do they still now that it's going to the frontline guys, does that change the number? Does it reduce it or increase it, or no?
The cruisers are about 41. That's what it was last year, I think.
Well, there's a number in here for 75,114 divided by 2, that's 37,557. So. Mr. Lindsay?
I would suggest putting the cruisers in the capital budget, financing them over 3 years, and And that would smooth this thing out, it wouldn't take this one big
Our
lump
capital
here.
budget.
The capital budget is exploding, David.
Can't put it in.
So I mean, we can look at it, but
I wouldn't do it.
the capital budget right now is over $1 million.
Well, but the capital, we're clearly gonna be funding, we're gonna be using bands on a lot of that, right? Because that's the only option. And I would add this to that, just to smooth things out, and it would, make the tax rate go up more gradually than this thump here for two cruisers at once.
Can we ban one and keep the other in the budget?
I'd do that, yeah, I'd do that.
Does that make a difference?
I mean, you're almost 1.2 million now, so, or actually even higher than that, so I guess you're not as
Still achieve. I'd still rather have it there than in the budget. I think Connie's suggestion is a reasonable.
It makes any difference, the cost is the same whether you're trying to.
I think that's,
With the cost of money, I would like to agree with Dave, it makes some sense to spread it out, but I don't know what that means about adding an article or whatever.
Yeah, so there's no article written, so that would have to.
That's a pretty easy thing to do.
No, but over the years, there's been discussion back and forth, it should be in the budget replacement, it shouldn't be, it should be, it shouldn't
Exactly.
be. And it just seems like every year, you're flip-flopping.
We keep on still talking about it.
Well, but we've never had two hit at once. It's been a 1-1 none, 1-1 none, 1-1 none. All of a sudden now it's two.
Yeah.
because we didn't buy one last year.
Yeah.
But that was our typical pattern.
We did that.
1-1.
I thought we missed a year.
Yeah, that was our pattern. You do 2 years
So
in a
this
row.
year, we're not buying one.
So, Nanoski, the only change you mentioned is the longevity going to you,
No, the longevity goes into my budget,
Sure.
all longevity.
but it goes out of this.
It goes out of that, and the disability
And the
insurance,
So the disability also.
that goes to zero.
So far, those are the only two changes we've made in the.
So far.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so, what do you guys think? Taking one of the cruisers and putting it under as a capital item and borrow for it?
With interest rates what they are, it seems to me it does make sense, even though, as Donna said, our borrowing is exploding, but.
Yeah.
And it's safe for one, isn't it better for two?
Well, that's it.
Yeah, but you run the risk of it being voted down.
Right.
And this is something
Yeah.
that's absolutely needed, so.
I can't imagine the town would vote down a police car when
I don't
the...
know. when those-
David, we're gonna see all these articles.
Yeah.
So here's
It's
the,
possible.
we are, my thought is, one stays in and one can be a capital item. Namely, because it would expand the conversation to the greater town, and the town would be deciding, does the department need two new ones? But even still with the discussion that it is unlikely, it is unlikely they're gonna say no on this.
Well, but, you expand upon that, you're gonna give the people 40 minutes to make a decision that we've been agonizing over for 4 months. But that's not right either.
But that's all the articles too.
I understand, I
And we
understand.
could do that even if it stays in the budget.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, true.
It's a matter of one less thing that's in the direct tax rate. I think the idea of moving one out is reasonable.
I agree.
Are they evenly priced, or you can just divide it by 2?
That's a good
I'm
question.
I'm assuming they're gonna be.
So Don can write the article to...
Should find out, because that sounds low to me. The
It does.
38, 36 sounds low.
Because last time it was 41.
Right, it was 40 or 41 last time. Well, it was
We decked them out last time.
39, 372.
We did,
Yeah.
remember? Cow.
Mark, you had a question?
Just say, I don't remember, is he looking at another cruiser next year? And I forget what the aging on the fleet looks like, whether we're gonna be in, we're just kind of piling it up for
My
next year.
assumption is, next year we will be looking at a new cruiser.
Yeah.
But one.
One.
And so what we'll do if we do the one in the budget and one out, is the budget will be 111, and then this extra gets spread out over 3 years.
Exactly.
And I think that's not
Just
enough.
two numbers, yeah, the 7509.
I know it is. Okay, so let's put the more expensive one in the article.
You just are the article.
So tell them what that number is, or tell us what
The
that
expensive one is
Donna.
38.
You found from the police what the two cost of the vehicles are?
Oh, are they the same?
The one's 36,120.
So that's what would be in the budget.
That's the lowest one, and then the higher one is 38,994.
And it has-
Why are they different? If you're purchasing two police cruisers?
Because one's got extras.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I mean, they shouldn't be the same. I mean, in theory.
Wait, we have it here.
Yeah, they go for the lower price.
So,
Like the Ford utility all-wheel drive V6 Plus with the
Plymouth Country, or County, I don't know.
Interceptor.
Interceptor.
One's an Interceptor.
One is an Interceptor package, and one is a
Well, they're both
all-wheel drive.
alright, so give me the lower number, and that's the number.
36,120.
36,120.
Here's the biggest difference right there.
So-
right there. What's the difference?
Is it truly critical that we determine?
No, she asked me what the difference
We're all
was,
set
and
then
we
on that.
found the difference.
Alright,
Any
So
other
I was just trying
issues
to
on the
be
police
polite
then?
and answer the question. There are a few minor things.
Spotlights.
Rear
blah, blah,
window.
blah.
so is everyone okay with one cruiser in the budget, the lower number, and the second one being a capital item? Advisory. Thoughts? I'll entertain a motion to have one cruiser in 36,120, the other will be a capital item as a borrow.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So, any other issues, questions regarding the collective police budget?
Did you have a question on that 7,000, the equipment for the cruiser?
You know, I looked it up, they spent over 7,000 this year already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
What's their
I don't know what they
miscellaneous
used it
250?
for. Shove it.
I have a question, and I don't know, I know it was discussed, but I don't know what was resolved on the firearms. The 20,000 for firearms, which I think includes those tasers.
3,000 for taser.
This is the 7th,
That's not a decision that we make.
Because I know if you want to zero out the funding for it, it sort of is.
I wouldn't zero it out,
But remember, you've got two columns in the budget. You've got the requested amount and you've got
Right.
the advisory approved. And so if the town meeting
Oh, sure, I know, they can.
says, oh, well, we want the tasers, then
Right.
then they would get it anyway. So you're not,
Right.
and we're giving our
I think it was for
collective
3,
view.
right?
Yeah, so we gave them 3
Right.
last year, and this was for another 3 this year. The
Oh,
whole, I mean, and then the game plan was they were gonna collectively keep on buying until everyone had one. That's the short money. It's the training.
Exactly.
Which,
Right.
that's not
All
the
of-
short money,
all of-
because they're $2,000
No.
a piece.
well, it's a hell of a lot shorter than the training.
And the
which they
warranties
all have to go
cost
through.
money.
They get
The
replaced.
best warranty, because at the end of the life of the product,
Right, yeah.
or you get a new taser, that's because you're paying out the wazoo for the warranty.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
leasing it,
you know,
basically.
Every 5 years.
On this one, I still struggle back and forth on handing over a cruiser at the end of, we got 2 people on, they come off shift, right, and there's 2 more people to take the next shift. And I get sometimes there's accidents, all that, so why, because the question was, why don't we just, we got 2 people on, why can't they just get out of the car and the next person gets? On the taser thing, I'm inclined to say they can figure that out. A lot of other people have done that with radios, so they've got 3 slated for this year. We could say 1.
well,
And then we have
this
4.
is, I did ask the chief how many people are on at one time. He said anywhere from 2 to 5. And I don't know how often he has 5 people working at a time. That was a question maybe we should have asked him. So you know, I'm with you, I definitely would vote down tasers every year until he gets his 16. But I'm not sure what the number is.
Yeah.
Like, is it 6, so 5 people can have them and you have one on reserve? Or is it 3?
Mr. Chairman,
What do you,
you shouldn't be having this conversation unless the chief is here.
that's true.
You've had this kind of conversation before about making adjustments to things that have already been discussed. And it really isn't fair to Chief Nelson that you're potentially going to vote to change an ammunition line item or a taser line item when it's already been discussed. So if you're going to entertain that, you should be having the chief in here to have that discussion, not voting something different or discussing something different than it's discussed before, and then after the fact have to have the chief come back in again.
Well,
I don't remember finishing that
well,
conversation.
we had the conversation, we've had it a couple times, and by having him back in, I also already know what his answer's gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be another 3 for this year, and it's gonna be, 3 every single year. So I'm just asking, there was a question on tasers, so we're just having a conversation, and that's where we are on this, that's all. Tom?
I would say, there has to be some rational analysis of the taser thing. It's not only 2,000 apiece, it's 2,000 per year, and I believe I asked him in the second meeting, and he confirmed that. So this is a high carry cost. In addition to it, more training. And looking at the police budget, they spend tons of money on training, which triggers overtime. So, they haven't had the tasers since the dawn of time. They're gonna have 3 of them now, perhaps. I just said, can't we make do with 3 and switch at the shift? It's not like they're using them every day.
Well, they haven't even secured them yet, I don't believe. I don't believe they've even have them in their possession yet.
So we voted on it last year, did they never bought them yet?
We didn't vote on it. We simply discussed it with them.
No, last year.
3 have been appropriated.
It's FY16 10.
And right now, yeah.
So they haven't purchased any as our point.
It was 15,528 last year. And they're asking for 17,165. We're certainly within our rights to vote a lower number to that line. Now, he's within his rights to spend it on tasers if that's what he chooses to do. But we could certainly send that message or lower that number, vote last year's number or whatever it is, if we wanted to do that.
Other questions? Yes?
What's the miscellaneous 250 in there? I thought we were doing away with miscellaneous.
Yeah, and they spent endings a minus 761.
I think you justified that last week. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Coffee and donuts.
I might have.
That was something. It was legitimately his coffee and donuts. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's why they went over it.
Yeah, hold on.
I just think the question is, do you want to lower that firearms number for the reasons that have been discussed, or do you want to leave it the same? And it sounds as if there are not any real other issues with, I guess, the police budget. Unless you want to reduce the overtime by some number or whatever it is, but.
I believe the 250 is corded water, if I recall correctly.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what they said.
Yes.
That's right.
Water, coffee, donuts, yeah. That's right. Purchase, yeah, why wouldn't I go and supply?
So you know what,
Everybody else does it supply.
So here's what, I mean, there is, so here's my thought on this. They blew significantly over on the equipment. We're keeping them at 7. We have knocked down through the analysis of fuel. We've taken their gas down by some $8,000, so I'm sure there'll be commentary on that. The difference in firearm supply is $1,500. Part of me does, I absolutely hate the fact that we're going down this road, but I'm also inclined to say that it's hard for me to weigh in on the justification on what's the right number. But I'll tell you this, we absolutely need a definitive game plan for next year on what this taser situation is.
How about this year?
It's a little late for that.
How's it late?
Because I'm not a police guy, and I don't,
What if they came in on Thursday?
Well, no, right now, just reduce what we have.
because I already know what he's gonna
Rebuy.
say. That we have him in here, he comes back on Thursday for the select, he's gonna say, I need 3. That's his answer. That's what they always say.
Said what he was gonna.
Because he's gonna end up ultimately with every police officer I have him
I
on.
don't need him in here.
I don't need him in here either. But at the same time, I have a hard time I'm not a police officer, so, what the right number is. We've had him in, but there's gotta be a greater overall discussion on this.
Use of firearms once in 7 years, or the past
Right.
7 years, is not a compelling case.
Well, that's why I wondered, but this is not the time, and I agree with
I mean, it's
Stan.
not
We
for
have
us
to bring,
here.
we'd have to bring
Yeah.
the chief in before we
And
discuss
we could
it.
meet
But,
on Thursday to compress this.
you know, the whole concept of whether we need tasers when we've never even had to use the firearms is, that's, I guess, for another day,
Well,
and.
hopefully, maybe they'll at least use the tasers more often then.
I mean, I hope they never have to use it at all. Well, they use it on me when they see the tapes, but.
I mean, they have pepper spray too, so I mean.
I'm actually a little surprised, because, the chief's been in a couple of times, and I think he gave a pretty rational
Yeah.
discussion and argument for the need and why.
Well, I don't
And
think
just,
we're
and just,
irrational.
and just
about
because,
that.
just because they only use the gun once, that doesn't mean that the tasers are not necessary. It gives them another option. And, using a firearm is sort of the last resort.
Right.
So just because they've only fired a gun once or twice doesn't mean that, well, then we don't have any dangerous guys in town, because we do have quite a bit of dangerous guys in town. So I think he gave a reasonable and rational argument. Now, the training of the officers, whether we have 1 or 16, they all have to be trained.
That's my point. This is why
They all
I'm
have-
so pissed off about this and why there's gotta be a greater conversation. Because we
Special
were
training
presented
tasers.
last year with, we need tasers. And it was a very compelling argument because every single week, a year ago, we had another cop getting shot and all that stuff. What they failed to tell us, and again, I'll take the blame because I never asked the question, but what they failed to tell us was, oh, by the way, when we go with a taser, here's what we're gonna need for training and here's what it's gonna cost us. That's where I'm pissed.
But you know that now. You know that now. So, that's the reality of it. So, whether you like the fact that they have to be trained and periodically refreshed is almost immaterial. It's the necessary cost. And I find it difficult to not justify giving them another piece of equipment to protect themselves and the citizens, when you've got the sunk cost anyway. It would be nice if we didn't have to spend any money on anything, but the reality is we do.
No, instead, that's.
But we know now. But we know now.
I know, and that's where I'm coming in at this, right? Because it's like, who am I to decide, is the number 3 or 6? But somehow, this has got to get through to the department heads, that this is unacceptable. Just come in here and let me paint the picture just enough so I can get what the hell I want. And oh, by the way, then I'll tell you what it's really gonna cost.
I don't see it that way either. I don't think you do either.
No, but he's giving you that information.
But Stan,
But you know that now.
we approved 3 last year. We approved 3 last year. He hasn't bought them yet. That makes his compelling case to me non-compelling. Hasn't bought them yet, but now he wants 3 more.
Do you know why he hasn't bought them?
I don't care.
Oh, no, you can't say that. You
Why
can't.
not?
Well,
He's giving the money,
there
get
were-
the
there were-
money.
There were people on this board, on this committee, so how come we don't have the fire truck yet? There's a reason we don't have the fire truck yet, because it takes 100 and some odd days to build the damn thing.
Okay,
All right,
tasers,
so don't say you don't care. If you need an answer as to why he hasn't procured it, then get an answer. But don't sit there and say, I don't care what the
Well,
answer is,
I
because
can
that's
say this, it's not gonna
irresponsible.
take 100
That's
something.
irresponsible.
That's not gonna be 100 and something, 2 years to build, or half a year.
You don't know what the reason is because you can't tell me. So find out what the reason is.
Well, okay, I can do that. I can. Still makes it non-compelling for me. I don't know about anyone else, but I can speak for myself. I don't think it's gonna take a whole year to buy 30 tasers. Maybe, I don't know, I'm missing a big picture here. Maybe there's something special to go with it. I will find that out.
It may be that
When
the
chief
training needs
comes
to be
in-
done before they
That's
buy.
possible. Right.
It could
So,
be possible.
but that's the facts you need to get before you make the statement.
Exactly.
True.
Something I've just noticed, like certain departments and organizations in town do a lot of surveys. I can't remember in my 9 years, the police department doing a survey, and this is exactly, the time to do that, to get more
You
information.
really want to bring up a survey after the survey conversation I had earlier tonight?
I do. Like, you're gonna give her a hard time. How
You're
about-
goddamn right I
How about
am.
the police department does a survey, asks about tasers, all sorts of things, and you get feedback.
I don't need a I don't need
You
a
were just
survey.
saying you needed
on
more
taser.
information and you needed a bigger conversation.
Well, we need it with the
That's how you
chief.
do it.
Not the whole
No,
general
you
population.
don't ask
over
the
that.
town whether or not we should buy tasers.
And then we'll ask them a whole series of questions.
I think the budget environment is driving this conversation, and rightfully so. I do believe we are militarizing by adding yet another weapon. You're weaponizing and militarizing even more the police department. The taxpayers are paying for it. It's really expensive. I'm not a policeman either, but I think at some point, there has to be some assessment of risk and what's reasonable and what is correct for Bolton, a town of 5,500 with very little crime. And, Osama bin Laden might walk down the street and you might need all these things. But right now, there has to be some rational judgment about the way we're spending this money. And it's just ratcheting up, and is it warranted?
Very little crime. Why don't you go sit with the chief and ask him what goes on in this town? If you just read the police blotter in the Bolton Independent, you're not getting a clear picture as to what actually goes on in this town.
All right, salary is presently at 116,127. We can't do anything about it. Wages, 851, 873, overtime, 107,565. The other two, because Don is here, zeroed out. Is everyone okay with 116, 851, 107, 565? Those first three. I'm going line by line on this one.
Okay, I so move that we approve those 3 lines.
I'll second.
All those in favor of approval of those 3 lines, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Next one, purchase of services, 3,000, hired services, no, I'm sorry, purchase of services, 0. Hired services, 3, training, 4, lockup, 1960, supplies, 7,500.
So you want that to be cruiser supplies, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just put those question marks, just I wanted to confirm.
All right.
And refresh our memory, what are cruiser supplies?
Stuff that goes in the cruiser?
Those are,
Tires. No, stuff, that- I mean, I don't.
no, I want to say it was
It was
related.
very specific stuff that goes.
Yeah, it was very specific.
And
It was things that probably Ford doesn't supply that
Yes.
we need. We got
I don't know if it's aftermarket stuff, but
bells
it's
and
stuff
whistles and
Right.
stuff.
related to the
It's
cruiser.
aftermarket stuff.
So
Supposedly it covers 2 vehicles.
those 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, those 4.
Must be consumables.
I'm sorry, Ken?
Yeah, that's consumables.
I think you're saying it covers 2, but it probably covers all that cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll entertain a motion to approve those 4, 3,004, 1960, 7,500.
I so move.
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right. Firearm supplies.
What about office supplies?
We already approved that.
That's right.
Is that 250, the miscellaneous, are you gonna
Yeah, there's
We
the
haven't
water,
gotten
there's
there
the
yet.
bottled water.
But that's,
Yeah, but you don't
Should that
have
be in
money for
office
water, that's
supplies?
the
Nobody
cost.
else
Every other
does.
department does it that way.
They all put it in office
Why,
supplies.
we were trying to get rid of miscellaneous.
I would either
because-
roll it up or just take it out.
Yeah, other stuff.
It's shared with the fire department or something.
But not all water. They charged,
I just think you should get rid of miscellaneous in general, as
Yeah.
transparency to people.
We've been.
Seems like a slush fund.
Thank you, Nanaska, you're right, we have been talking about that whenever we can, so, are you guys okay with taking miscellaneous from 250 and moving that up into office supplies and having office supplies be 5,250?
that's fine, just make sure you tell them.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, so, Nanaska, you getting all these, right?
I am.
Thank you.
And
And,
you're back up to firearms.
all right, and Ken, you're able to make these on
I am.
beautiful. All right, firearms. FY16 is 15,528, and there's an increase. We can go back and forth on this. At this point,
Circle it.
at this point, I think I'm just going to, I'm gonna entertain a motion to approve at 17,165.
I'll move that.
I second it.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
All right, motion passes. I love your spirit, Connie. I'm glad you said that. I do. I'm good.
It's not about spirit,
Yeah, I'm-
it's about money. It's
Right.
money.
Uniforms.
It's not mine.
It's actually, we've been having this discussion on firearms at 17,000. We're gonna actually spend more money on uniforms.
yeah.
That's what's comical about this whole damn thing. Jesus Christ. So uniforms, 20,850, out-of-state travel, 1,050, dues and subscriptions, 3,500. We just moved miscellaneous to 0, bulletproof vests, 1,600. I'll entertain a motion to approve those 1, 2, 3, those last 4 as is.
They still have $11,000
So-
in the uniform budget.
All,
What was that Connie was saying?
I said they still have yet to spend $11,000 on uniforms this year.
Okay, so we're seconded?
so there was a comment, they will.
Yeah, I moved it.
They will.
All right.
They will. Oh, I know.
All right, so move seconded, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right. So repairs cruiser, we already took care of gas, tires. So I'll entertain a motion to approve cruiser repair at 25,000 and tires at 5.
Also move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And then remaining is the equipment cruiser, 7,000. Entertain a motion to approve at 7,000.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, and we already figured out the cruiser, so we're gonna need, we are posted, so I just figured I'd take this moment here. We are posted for the selectmen's meeting on Thursday. I do think we should all be there. Case in point, this one right here, we just made the suggestion to have a second, another article written, so we need to have that, get Linda to create it, and we can vote on it Thursday night. We can let the selectmen know. All right.
Are you guys gonna have any discussion about free cash?
Yeah, so the game plan here is to get through the budget. We're updating it on the fly. I've built a spreadsheet, which is gonna help lay out where we are on free cash, and then that's gonna help drive the conversation for the remaining articles. So,
If you like, I mean, Don unless you want to do a little bit later, but Don sent us an email in terms of where he kind of sits, if you'd like to.
Sure.
He says, I'm sure the free cash target will come up tonight. As we all know, the joint agreement between the selectmen and advisory last year was to compromise and set the free cash target at 3.25. If you recall, you did 250, the selectmen voted for 400.
Yeah, it was a rather spirited conversation.
Yes.
Yes.
We may get some savings from some dispatch. But it says, basically, in his opinion, we should keep it at 3.25. Because that was a compromise target last year. And if you recall, in years past, the free cash has been significantly higher. So, and as you know, this year's been, much more difficult. And some of the conversation tonight about school stuff and the fact that the E&D is down to 300K and everything else. He says, possibly to go down to maybe 300K, but I don't think he would want to go any lower than that. And I will have that discussion Thursday. But I'm kind of of the mindset to keep the target as it was last year.
Yeah, I mean, I am, and I'm happy to open up the conversation. I am, in all the budget sheets that I have, and I mean, you guys, I believe, have a copy. I mean, I have assumed the target at 325, namely because, we did come to an agreement on it. And I'm willing to stick to that. You know where I stand on this, and I think I know where you stand, so I think it comes back to, we had an agreement, and I am gonna honor that, and yeah, 325.
I think we should go through this and see what you have left.
Well, and it's also gonna be tough.
Right.
It's also gonna be tough now that you have numbers for Article 5 and 7, which are like off the charts. So I don't know how you get it
So let's finish
325.
this.
So yeah, the budget is.
Yeah, I think though, one of the things that I chatted with Don about was you're gonna have to fund the retros out of free cash.
But that's what I mean.
Oh, I know, I
When you see
know.
the numbers stand, that's $170,000 for those 4 articles.
Right.
That's like,
Right, and I think also we have to fund the, I don't think we can borrow for the fire truck repair. I think that has to come out of free cash. So you've got three, you got those that have to come out of free cash.
Stan,
so then
do you have a
lot
sheet?
of other. Yeah, then you have a lot of other.
Let's finish.
Yeah, let's go to the rest of it.
I got it all laid out, but we gotta get through this to figure out that number to get to all that stuff.
Gotcha.
All right, so we have approved the police, fire. I will entertain a motion to approve fire as requested.
Actually, unless they changed it, there's was it miscellaneous, I think you said? Well, hold on a second. Purchase services. We should be able to take that down by 480 times 2 because they were double counting the air cards for them. That's right. The new equipment.
Yes, sir.
They had 2 more air cards that counted both in the fire and in the police budget for it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the telecommunications portion of the police budget.
All right, so Craig, I'm sorry, so take the number, so what's the number here?
It's 480 times 2 less than the number that's on that.
480. So 480 would come out of, 480 would come out of ambulance and 480 would come out of fire.
No, it's actually 2 for fire, 2 different things on the fire.
All right, so 480 times 2, 960. 960 out of purchases and services.
Out of 75.
So 75, 65, so that's 6605.
Yep.
And do they know this?
They should.
Yes.
That's where we got it from.
We mentioned it, yes.
Just want to make sure.
And ambulance is,
Ambulance, I don't know if they included that in a special line item for them. Under
Ambulance just level funded, they didn't change it.
yeah, and I spoke to Margie, and, yeah, so ambulance is good. So, all right, so the one change to fire was purchase of services from 7565 down to 6605.
That should make it 163, 563.
On the bottom.
Oh, at the bottom.
Yeah.
The bottom of
All
fire.
right. So I'll entertain a motion to approve fire as Ken just indicated.
163, 563.
What about the,
How did that
well, no,
change?
you wanted the diesel changed.
163.
I thought we
563.
changed it.
It should be in there, I believe. Yeah,
Well, that's over to the right.
the change number is in there.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. Just checking.
How did the number changing by 960 change the last digit from 0 to something non-zero?
Because we've already got
Does it get
some-
the,
we got those in there.
Because I'm looking at the far right column, not at the requested.
Yeah, it gets the diesel.
Yeah, yeah, you got that. Yeah.
So, again, I'll entertain a motion as Ken indicated, the final number being.
I so moved.
I'll second.
All those in-
63, 563.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right. Ambulance, as is, I'll entertain a motion to approve ambulance as FY 2017 requested.
So what about the 2,500?
Yeah, with the stipulation that diesel's at 2,500. All right.
Did I move or did
Just a second.
Ken and one of us seconded?
Are we good?
That sounds good.
All right. All those in favor of approving ambulance
It's 184,079.
18407 as is with diesel, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right. Let's see here.
Dispatch.
There's, let's see, ambulance, and then we've got, dispatchers. So that has been
already done.
Yeah, because I was at 171, so we're good on that one. So now we're at Neshoba Education, 301. We got the numbers that came in. We should do an official vote on them. So the official number, Bolton's share for FY 2017 for Neshoba, 13,274,000. I almost said 13,000. Just, I'm so used to talking thousand. It was just 13,274,266. I'll remind everyone that is the number. So you can oppose this if you want, but it's all everyone's going to say yes on this. I'll entertain a motion to approve as is.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, Neshoba being at 13,274,266, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
No.
Yeah, no.
We have a pause.
Minuteman assessment. So positive news on this one, went down relative to last year.
You didn't vote on the other Neshoba.
Oh.
You just did the 274,
Yeah.
266.
Oh, that's right. They were sent. All right. So then Neshoba track 59,361. Neshoba excluded debt 138,627 for a total of 13,472,254. Entertain a motion to accept that number.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
Were they already approved? I see they're under the approved.
Yeah.
I thought they were.
So,
Well, we have to
Well,
approve it.
yeah, well, I got the assessment from Neshoba and Minuteman, so I put it in there.
Minuteman has gone down, so that number for this year is $398,810. I'll entertain a motion to accept that number.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. So, just looking at, so we got that, so. Post-secondary education, FY requested 33,174. I'll entertain a motion to approve that number.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
So I have a question on that.
Okay.
Maybe a mistake in the spreadsheet. It looks like it's only an increase of a few percent as opposed to an increase of, say, 100%.
Yeah, I'll let Nanashka figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sleepy fingers. And
Yeah, no problem. I just want to point out.
Thank you.
So, yeah, let's see here.
Public Works is done.
Okay, let's see here. We got all through that. If I am correct, then we are right where we started this meeting at 590, Human Services and Safety.
Not again.
Yeah. So, what is your pleasure? Because at this point, I'm ready to friggin' move on.
I ran some numbers, and it seems to me they need if it's justifiable for them to have the forms that they suggested, the website, the supplies and postage, the travel meetings, the dues, and the membership. And if you gave them half of what they were asking for on the survey, then it comes close to like $2,500. And I think that could keep them going. I don't think you should take away what amount to operating expenses, which is what the things like supplies and postage and meetings and dues and that kind of stuff are. And so, that would be my suggestion is 2,500, which is different from your 37, but different from your
600.
600.
More thousand. I think before we spend a lot of money on the other things, I think getting the survey done and finding out what meetings we're going to and what dues we're paying, and that's my opinion of the new region thing too, but that's, yeah. But, so I know you guys don't always like to hear this, but once there's a justification, she can come back in and,
Well, she also still has 3 months in the fiscal year and a lot of money left in her budget.
Well, that's
to
right.
spend, so.
But it didn't,
And they may be able to
sound
spend
like
some of the,
They were gonna be
they may be able
moving.
to spend some of the survey money that in the spring. So
The only thing I would add, which is not coming across here because I did talk to her myself, is that a lot of her concern is about people not having enough money or food. And not the elderly. I was there when she talked to Kate Hogan about people who are divorced, mostly women with children, relying on, whatever they get out of the divorce settlement, and that's a concern. The last time I talked to her, she hadn't nailed it down, but it's like a kind of a serious thing. But I don't disagree, she needs to, gather the information, and, it seemed to me Joe's suggestion was really good, like, what do we need to offer to the extent we can to those people. She's doing an unbelievably laudable goal, but I think that's been a little lost in both of her appearances here.
I think when she does come in with an agenda on certain items that I think are maybe causing some of the information that she's providing.
Because on the phone, it was very,
Tom, to that point, she's been here, the first time I'm hearing about food as a result of divorce is out of you?
I know, and that's getting lost in the discussion. I happened to be, when she met with Kate Hogan, I just happened to be there. I also talked to her on the phone, and,
But this is part of the problem. If she's chairperson of this committee, she should be able to very easily convey the whole point of the committee, and she's not, and she's backing that up by the lack of usage of money.
We need to understand the need, and then we need to understand of all the other organizations that are around us, how much of that need is met by them, and where's the gap? Call it gap analysis. And then we'll talk about what
I
to
think
do
she's gonna
to
have a
fill it.
problem finding out the need.
Unless
Because,
she has
you know,
one.
I mean, in a former life, I did surveys, and you get a very low response, so if you get, you know,
That's what I-
15-20%, you're lucky. And
But that tells you
for what they need,
That-
those people aren't likely, because of
Right.
pride, whatever, to come forward and say that. So I think the goal that they have is a very tough one, and I don't,
But very important.
it's important, Tom, but I don't
Very
know
important.
how you quantify
I
that
don't know
kind of
either,
thing.
but they do it in other
Yeah.
communities. And I'm just saying, I'm not weighing in on the, it seems, what Stan said seems entirely rational. You know, you identify and then move forward on the budget, but I think it is, in a goal to our appearances here, that is totally getting lost.
So, to that point, there's two selectmen in agreement, right?
Oh,
And the number was
No,
$750.
let's not go on. Don't misquote us, no.
There's a number at $750. We went to $1,000. That didn't go anywhere. Mr. Troop has, I believe, $2,500.
That's in
Is
here.
that a motion yet?
No, it's
It's a suggestion.
I'm happy to make it as a motion, but I just thought I would mention it with
Right.
the rationale to get us moving.
Yeah, so,
Need a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that move it to $1,500. Just,
Anyone second $1,500?
okay. I'd like to make a motion to make it $900. I'll find a number, we can move on.
I'll make my motion for 2,500.
I second it.
All right.
Well, now we can have some discussion. She still has, how much money on?
$3,000.
3,000.
almost 3,000.
I will, she can't personally go and sign up with the organization she was talking about. I mean, I think that's something Don has to coordinate.
That was my understanding as well.
Right. So, we have until, you know, the end of June to spend some of that $3,000. And it's either something that, it's either a no-brainer that we should join,
Which is $500.
which is $500, which gets us in the door. And she can use, you know, if we think that's a reasonable thing to do, and I think Don can assess that with her in short order, that she could take 500 from the $3,000 that she's got this year. So that takes the pressure off of that, which means then, you know, you can then lower what you need. So she has an opportunity to spend.
But I'm sure that 500 is annual, so she needs the $500 for next year.
Yeah, but is it annually, like January, what's the?
Well, and that's the
Yeah,
other,
that's-
That's some of the details that.
and that's
We don't
what,
know.
We don't know.
is it annual from the point that you sign up? Because there's some organizations where you sign up, you know, in January and it's good through December, but if you sign up in October, it's good through December.
December, that's my concern.
You know,
Yeah.
so, you know, if it's a you know, calendar year elapsed time, we're in great shape. If it's a fiscal thing, then we're not. Then it would make sense then to apply the 500, you know, for next year.
Something else.
But I think that's something else we can find, because it is March 22nd. We have until the end of June. You know, maybe this is something Don can check in on, but, you know, as a placeholder, you know, give her $1,500 or $2,000 now, we can always adjust it on Thursday.
I mean, you can use the same argument for SurveyMonkey is sign up late June, that gives her through, you know, late June next year to actually use, you know, to actually get the survey done.
But the
you know,
survey, it's $26 a month.
$26 a month,
Or three,
and you
yeah.
can stop
And you
anytime.
can stop
You
anytime.
need 2 months, but
Yeah.
we'll do 4,
Yeah,
$100.
I mean, because I looked at the options, the one that's, you know, $300 for a
$300
year.
pay.
There's all kinds of other stuff which we probably don't need, because
And we're
it's,
taking the survey and printing it. We're not even doing the whole
right.
electronic.
Why do we need SurveyMonkey?
Then we don't need survey, then we don't need survey.
go to bed.
If we're,
No, it actually helps a lot for analysis, because what happens is if you get in paper copies, what you would do is, somebody would enter that, and it's very easy to enter the results, and then what SurveyMonkey provides is really great, is all kinds of graphics and analysis of the data, so you
But-
definitely want to use it.
but I don't know if that's included in the $26 a month. on a per month
I
basis.
suspect that it is. I mean, it could be,
Alright,
but even if we approve
Anyway, I mean, I would go,
or whatever, then
Yeah, she's still
plus
got
this
I would
year's
go with
money,
Brad's 1,000.
they'll be able
you
to
know,
do something.
And when we get survey results, we can, we'll go from there.
so I believe there's a motion and seconded at Ken's number. What is it, am I correct on that?
I believe so.
Yes,
It's
there it is.
2,500.
That's correct.
All those,
Dan, did you suggest 15 or so?
Well, there's a motion on the floor.
I'm just
Well, there's
asking
a
a
whole-
question before I
well,
vote.
There's a whole range of numbers here. It all depends on, you know, the other question which we don't have the answer to is the membership, you know, a
Term.
calendar or fiscal.
Yeah, the term.
You know, because if it's calendar, then we can use $500 out of this year's money to do that. You know, which would then say, okay, you know, maybe make her budget. I mean, we're not talking about huge sums of money here, so I mean, you know, if we give her $1,500 or $2,000 or $1,000, whatever it is, you know, if she comes back with a reasonable justification for another 500, another 1,000, it's not like Harold coming in and, you know, we had a big snowstorm, I need $150,000 for salt,
yeah.
you know. You know, you and I had a conversation a couple weeks ago that, you know, maybe 1,500 might be the right number.
You know, I know, and
You know,
I know it's not a
and-
lot, but it absolutely speaks to the fact that
I just
she doesn't have
$1,500.
any friggin' clue
Right,
what this
we're-
one's doing.
And I think what she's doing is, you know, very well, it's important stuff. She just hasn't been able to fully articulate it. That's the problem. And we're sort of pulling numbers out of the air to,
All right, so we've got a motion second at 2,500. All those in favor of 2,500, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
It was split again.
Split again.
Maybe we should try 59.
Try a different number.
Try a different number. We went to
All right,
1,500.
I'll entertain a motion at 1,500.
Also move.
Second.
All those in favor of 1,500, say aye.
Aye.
All those
I did that
opposed?
20 minutes ago.
All those opposed? All right, it's 1,500.
Oh, boy. Being only female on the board, that's what happened. Oh, okay.
Use 800 house gives and
That's the end, right?
No, library.
Library.
The library?
Yeah, did you not see the email?
Yeah, so library, so here's the deal, so the wages number, the wages number at 190,728 does reflect the minus of the 2 hours,
Okay.
all right?
Yep.
So from that point, Ted, can you get everyone up to speed on,
Yeah, I think the only number that is a variable here is the line item that is 5580 books. And Kelly and I had discussions over that, and each of us spoke to, I forget the name of the person in Boston relative to what goes into that number, and we both got the same answer, that books the money in books can include Friends of the Library contributions. It can be museum passes, it can be real money or things like passes. So that's one point of agreement. Another point of agreement is that the books, the effective funding of books would be at 17% of the total. And if you do a little 8th grade algebra, the books number, if it is 65,467, that will make the bottom line number not 414, but 405.686. And so you say we're going to budget $65,467 out of the budget, and then you add the $3,500 that the library handout said the Friends of the Library will provide. And then that total divided by 405,686 is 17 and 4 zeros and a 9 out there. And if somehow the Friends of the Library has a change of mind, or, somehow that doesn't happen, then we would still have the 65,467, and dividing that by the 405,686, you'd have 16.13%, which is still above the state. It's within the range of the 16 to 19%.
That's the only line that gets changed, is that?
Yeah, that book line is, and I'm just checking all the others, because I double checked all this.
Is this something that Kelly and the trustees know you're gonna do?
What's the new number?
I can't say, I have not spoken to her.
Yeah.
I conceptually, we have points of agreement, but not like.
We've talked about it, we're all in agreement on certain numbers, and
All right.
But if something shifts in the budget, it always shifts the books.
Yeah, it's like school nurses.
Well, it's a number that
Percentage of the
is,
available.
we changed electricity and other
Yep,
things,
so it
and that all
changes.
impacts it.
It impacts it. Is it 16, what's 17?
so,
There's also, I'm looking, am I in the same,
What's the number?
so Ted, are we,
heat is not 19, oh, there it is, the 15.8 over there.
15.8,
Okay.
17,000.
Yep.
Like
17, yeah, 1, 2, 200, 750, 600, 22, 275, 7,500. Okay, and that's where the 65,467 is going to go. And then we get 3,000, 1,000, and you should have a 405.
405,686, yes.
Yep, 686. And then you take the 65 and add the 3,500 to it and divide by the 405,686.
What's the new book's number?
65,467.
65,467?
Yeah.
Thank you.
all right. Any further questions? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to move books to 65,467, which will then take total library to 405,686.
Also moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Yeah.
And recreation's done, parks, historical, celebration, okay.
So the debt will change.
Yeah, the debt will change. With whatever you decide, as soon as we get to whatever I have to
We'll
ban.
have to add in whatever we're gonna be in.
And then we have to add those in, and the interest for that, so that number's gonna go up a lot, a lot. Oh, yeah,
Well, we got the new,
Yeah.
we got one cruiser in there now.
well, that's the least, that's the least. That's the least,
More to
you
come.
saw Brad's list.
Yes.
All right, so,
I think that's it, just the debt.
Yeah, the capital.
Yeah.
One thing, could I ask a question? And I guess this is mainly to the selectmen. Are you up for dropping Article 17 about the lights or not? I thought we had consensus last week, but it's still in here, and so I was just curious.
I mean, we have not voted on it, but I'm certainly of the opinion that,
I don't think he's had a meeting since our last meeting.
No, we haven't.
no.
It'll be a
So it
zoning.
probably won't be on the capital list? Probably, maybe.
That was one of the reasons I wanted to ask.
Yeah, 17.
Exactly.
17,
So what's the discussion?
Yeah.
I would say I'm of the opinion that we should keep 16 and get rid of 17.
You guys are against it, right?
Yeah.
You could delete it right now if you wanted to.
I'm fine with it.
You're responsible. Anyway,
We'll just won't put it in for now.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes, so we'll do it Thursday night.
so you have numbers for Director O'Kane, is that right?
yeah, so I gave you a piece of paper, Cash, early on, and I need that.
Oh.
All right, hold on.
I can do it.
Is that it? Yeah, thanks. All right, so, we have, so we're gonna start things on Article 6. So Article 6, that plug number,
Wait, no, Article 4. Article 4.
oh yeah.
Let's get the good stuff.
Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong.
I didn't extra. Because it's shocking.
All the numbers in there just don't line up with what you handed out tonight.
Reauthorization
This is-
of the loan fund.
It's actually 5, is what,
5.
Yeah.
but 5 we voted before. That's the 13,386, so it's Article 6. That's the first one that's,
Oh,
Yeah,
that we're
did
trying
your
to
numbers
do.
change on your,
yeah, I'm looking at,
okay.
It's,
Yeah.
but it's the retroactive pay for the dispatchers,
Yeah.
for 16.
Yeah, I was
Alright.
looking at Brad's old numbers, I guess.
all right, yeah, all right. So, retroactive pay dispatch is 14,447.
Correct.
I will entertain a motion to approve Article 6, retroactive dispatch pay for FY16 for a total amount of 14,000.
Excuse me, that number's gonna change up until the day of the meeting.
Because it's
How?
retro.
How? Because I got the numbers from Lorraine,
It's-
Don gave me the numbers
This
today.
is the 15, this is FY 15.
No, no,
No,
That's 16.
16.
That's 16.
We have to put something in the article. You have to,
I'm sorry,
Be
you're
that
right.
on town
You're right,
meeting
I'm
floor.
sorry.
Oh,
No, you're
yeah.
right.
Because that's
No, you're
the
correct.
current, that's the current year,
Yeah.
so,
okay.
so that
No,
number
they'll
keeps
know the
changing.
number on
We can have a,
that.
we can have a, she's giving you an idea
We
until
need-
now.
we
Oh, when we were given the number, we weren't told any of that.
We
So
need to put a number in, though.
so we thought they were projecting forward till April 20th when they cease.
I don't know.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't know.
They
You
should
should
say,
double check. I mean,
should be
because
decided on
the
town.
last time I talked to Kim, it was, she was
Something
still
in that plan.
calculating. Now, if they have calculated
We
it
should
for
both,
20th,
we
but I
should
don't
both
know.
act on it anyway, though, shouldn't we?
Calculated on May
In
12th,
it, or,
right?
Well, how can you vote on something that, see, the thing is,
but if we put in the 14,447 now, and we vote on that, then if it's different at the town meeting,
you could do that
then you
too.
would simply move the new number
You could-
or
you could do that too,
modify
sure.
it at the time.
I'm just letting you know that that number
I would
may
have
change.
some number in there.
Yeah,
I would have some
Yeah,
number.
unless it was calculated.
I guess they have to put the 14,447.
If we put a number, if we
Just as
put
a
a number, we'll
townsperson,
never
I'd
get
like
the
to
bottom line.
All right,
Yeah.
so we're all cool with going with that number, knowing that we might have to make a slight adjustment?
Yep.
All right, so the number 14,447. I'll enter,
I so move.
well, you know what?
Are we voting on how to recommend it? What have you?
No, this
No,
has
we're
gotta be,
voting the article.
this is free cash. There's no way to,
Well, yeah, specify your source of funding when you vote.
yes.
Oh.
Please.
Oh, okay.
We can all do this the night of the meeting. I mean, we
So,
have done this before.
so to that point, should we approve this article, or should we say still to be determined at, we can have the number in there, and then we still
Yeah, maybe we should.
vote on town meeting floor?
Yeah,
It's gonna change from what Stan said.
Well, what we don't know is whether this was calculated using the expected cutover date in April, or whether this is
Up to now.
Today's number.
Yeah.
as of today.
I don't know.
I don't know.
All right,
Well, I mean, let me turn that around. If the actual number came in at 16,000, would it change your vote?
well, no, we gotta,
We just have to.
So you're gonna support the article either way?
yeah, all right.
Okay.
So I'll entertain a motion to approve Article 6 retroactive pay presently at 14,447.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Yeah. All right, we already went through retroactive. So now we move on to Article 8, which is retroactive police FY16. So we have a present number. Is everyone ready? 74,976.
And again, Stan, you're
So
saying
is this
that
gonna
you don't know
change
when
too?
that's through?
Well, the
I
thing is,
don't, we don't know how it was calculated, who calculated it or
I don't know.
how.
Well, we know
Right.
who calculated it,
Well,
but we don't know how.
we don't know
Wait,
how, so
I've
it's-
never seen any backup on how it's
Never.
calculated.
Nothing.
So
Okay.
same
But for now-
stipulate for the time
but for now,
being.
we need it.
Right.
That's where we're gonna go. So, and again, it's not like we're gonna be able to get out of it. So, I'll entertain a motion to approve Article 8 retroactive police pay contract FY16 74,976.
I also move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Good. All right. Minuteman, we already did. All right, so guys, taking a look at my spreadsheet, so you know what, I need to take one stop right here. Ken, can you give me the total expenditure number now? At this point?
22,219,606.
22,219,606. Okay.
You agree with that, Oscar?
I was just that, yeah.
All right.
I was, earlier today, I was like, if everything was approved, good.
All right, so if that's the case, so we have got a total revenue number of 20, on the piece of paper that I handed out, you guys. Yeah. Total revenue number of 22,523,606. We have got a total expenditure, having gone through all the budgets right now, 22,219,606. Going on down, we have, what?
Can you get that number again?
22,219,606. Again, so for the stipulation, we were going through this fast. Ken was taking notes and entering the numbers, so, I mean, I'm...
Not final.
Yeah, it might be off, but we are very close, because Ken was entering this as is. All right, we got other expenditures, snow and ice at 100,000, state and county at 9567. All right, so here's my first cut. Now that we've got the various, at least plug numbers, we know that the retroactive pays for 15 and 16 for dispatch and police have to be from free cash. So those numbers, we're looking at 13,386, 14,447, 62,127, and 74,976. So those being the case, something was said about fire engine repairs need to be from free cash.
1977.
1977.
And the warrant article.
Yeah, so
borrowing will go up, right?
Yeah, so,
Yeah, I'm watching.
yeah. So, what I had first done, and this would bring free cash, I proposed free cash articles for the retroactive pays, the public safety of 31,000, minus the 10 of paint and repair. 10,345, which was an old article. Cabinet replacement of 27,600, the sander body, fire engine repair. There was an article of old fire rescue equipment for 885 that we could apply towards that. The chest compression, and then mosquito. Those would all be from free cash, and free cash would total 327,026.
What about the Long Hill Road culvert?
I had Long Hill Road culvert as a borrow.
For repair?
I don't think you'd seen that.
Harold said, I brought Harold in today.
Yeah.
Because I had to go through some of these just to see timing wise. You know, similar to when we voted for the truck, but we knew it would take a year.
That's
I
right.
did not borrow in the first year, I borrowed in the second year, and then I'll borrow for 10 years out. So I wanted to go through some of these projects to see, because they're all Harold. The culvert,
Yeah.
the town hall, the this, the that. So he actually said that the Long Hill, the 22,000 could wait till next year.
If you really had to.
If you really had to. I know it's short money.
Mm-hmm.
He said Wilder is a must. He said that Berlin could wait a year, but I don't think that that's a good idea.
You're not saving anything.
You're not saving anything on that. The
And I saw
DPW
that one.
Yeah, the DPW truck, he said he'd need by the fall, the backhoe right away. So,
Town hall was
the
fall if you could do it.
yeah, town hall was either October or April,
Yeah.
depending on the timing. So, yeah, and now you're adding the cruiser into it. So, I contacted our financial advisor, because first there was a question, could we do a ban over $1 million? It requires special disclosure on our part, which will cost more money. I really don't like doing a ban over $1 million, and I already have 50,000 that we have to renew. I have the fire truck, again, I'm only in year, I'll only be in year 3.
Oh.
Well, year 2, right, for next year. With 8 more years to go, we have the sanding truck that we actually have a body for, that I'm having my last payment in the next year. So I'm carrying 50,000 already. So, and for most of these, certainly the culverts, I would go out 10 years. The town hall, I would go out 10 years. I would try the truck and the backhoe to go out for 5 years. Just to try to keep things down.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, I tried out 10 years and 5 years, and it certainly doesn't leave you much capacity in the next few years, because we're
No.
carrying so much.
Yeah.
And Harold already told me, he's got a big list for next year.
I know. So can we do, so those two equipments, I know at this point Snowflake off an iceberg, but can't we go 7, can we do a 7-year?
We can do, yeah, legislation extended it to 10 year, we could, but you don't buy yourself much bread, because all you're doing is extending it out, but you're not freeing up anything for the next years.
No, I know,
So,
but isn't,
I mean, we
like,
can do.
equipment like that, isn't it generally
Oh, yeah.
advertised over 7 in that neighborhood?
We could do 7, 10 years easy for all this equipment.
Yeah.
But again, that doesn't free up your capacity for the next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
It lightens the payload for next year's budget,
And
but it doesn't allow you to bring on a whole lot more. There's no way I can keep this under $1 million. It's just too much stuff. I mean, we've never done this kind of.
And so guys, just to take one hot minute here, right? This is,
Don't say that.
at this point,
So far, in 10 years, I've never done that.
at this point, we have to plan and assume that all this is said yes for on town meeting floor.
You have to.
So, this is why we're having this conversation. So just wanted to make sure that the new folks were aware.
So what's your number for free cash articles?
327,026.
And but that assumes that the sander body for 65,000 would be in that, and I guess I wonder why you wouldn't class that the same way as the trucks.
And that's
make it a
I didn't know what
10-year
Brad's
in
thinking
Long
was.
Hill.
Yeah,
You can take Long Hill
I was
out.
trying to get, I was looking at,
I would take Long Hill out.
I was basically where I was on that. Yeah. So another point here, I did speak, if you guys take a look at the budget under available funds, the first one, conservation, Fifeshire Dam lowering, there's a balance of $9,261. I spoke with Brian this afternoon, and he said that money can be released. So, 9261.21. So, again, Stan, I was just doing an initial first cut to have everything ready, knowing that we were gonna have to go back and forth tonight and try and get approval on these articles. We're gonna get approval on the article based upon if we're gonna use free cash or borrow. So,
Now, so again, the article for the traffic lights, I see likely going, is that,
I'd say there's probably a good chance
okay,
that Thursday.
okay, Thursday you might pull it.
Long Hill?
So the sander body.
He said better too.
So,
Sander body.
so you guys are saying, so is there consensus that we should move accountant, treasurer? So glad you are here tonight. Is there,
Yeah, I am too.
is there,
I could be in bed right now.
I definitely.
I'm getting the impression that there seems to be consensus that sander body should be moved to a borrow.
I would say if you slide over the Long Hill culvert to wait for the next year, as Harold said would be possible, and then slide the sander over to the borrow column. So you take the 22 out and move the 65 over. Let's see where that gets us. And then if you have that 9,000, and then we did get the 30344, now, come on.
All right, and so, so doing that maneuver, we've got the retroactive pays, we've got public safety repair, but then the minus, because this is a slight change, because I think the warrant that everyone is looking at presently has,
It's offsetting the
yeah,
town hall.
the town hall, and I made a decision, you guys can override me, but I made a decision to take that out of the town hall and move it to public safety, thinking that we were likely gonna use free cash for public safety, and it's clean. So, is everyone on board with that?
Say that again?
In the warrant article right now, we're looking at, if we look at,
Is it 22, 15?
yeah, the town hall article,
Article 13.
Article 13, last week, we were talking about taking the old fire station paint and repair article for 10,345
Yeah,
and applying it towards that to reduce the borrowing.
yeah.
Under the plug spreadsheet I'm working on tonight, I've moved that over to have it offset public safety repairs to take it from 31,000 minus the 10,345. Namely, it's a free, so it's a free cash, and free cash against free cash, and then the borrowing is just a pure
Right.
borrow article. So I was just trying to clean it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is everyone cool on that? All right. So now,
Talk to Don about that?
I did.
Okay. Is he okay with it?
I got he said, yeah, not a problem.
Good.
It just wasn't reflected in,
Right.
so I'm gonna ask you guys to weigh in. So we got approved, like I said, the Conservation Commission,
Yep.
9261.
Yep.
Again, refresh my memory, like how close do we have to assimilate that? Or can it go against really anything?
It's not a borrowing, so you can just close it up. You can use
Apply it towards
use
it.
it for any.
Yeah.
All right. So,
So you can decide which one of these articles you want to say.
Yeah.
You know, like we say, oh, we'll use 9,000 blah, blah, blah from unexpended article. blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
you need to decide because it needs to be in the wording of the article,
Exactly.
but it doesn't matter where.
so,
Something you think will pass.
Yeah, that would be nice.
exactly, so, yeah, I mean,
And you could put it with the public
that-
safety parking lot repairs as well.
So that's a good point, you know, so with the likely game plan to rid the traffic lights for 395,
Yeah.
it's rather critical that we have the cabinet replacement
right.
pass.
So you want
So
to
maybe
put
we
it
take
there.
that 92 and offset that.
Make it look
Yeah.
really good.
Really good, right.
You guys okay with that?
Yep.
All right.
So let's do that.
It can't hurt, I can't imagine that it wouldn't pass anyway, but,
Right.
Me too.
Yeah.
yeah.
But better a
No, we
short
just
thing
say-
than a question.
Safe, safe.
And then we can forget those.
We get them two separate.
What's that?
So I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, do you mind repeating the last thing you said about the 92 and?
Yeah, so under available funds,
Yeah.
there was a Fifeshire Dam lowering. It was an article from May of 2012. There's the project was done, completed. There's a remaining balance of 9,261. I spoke with the acting conservation
Yeah.
chair, asked him for the status. He's like, it's done. I asked if we could have the money back to the town. He said yes. So it's now available.
Right.
So I want to take that money and immediately apply it towards something that's on the books for this upcoming.
Okay.
That's the
And where
deal.
it wasn't a borrower, it can be used anywhere.
It would actually reduce the
The
amount
cabinet.
of free cash for the cabinet.
Right.
Yes, yes.
2762,
Yeah.
because it's considered a repair, I assume.
Yeah, so 27.6 presently on the cabinet. minus the 9261, what the, would be 18,339.
We can also apply it to anything we borrow, can't we, and bring that down?
We could, but
No.
yeah,
Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
It
so
wouldn't
it's,
make that big of a
I think it would
difference.
be better to do it to your free
This
cash.
18, that makes, that sounds
If
very
you
low.
wanna try to keep near that 325 target.
That they never-
Which is 30.
yeah, so there was a,
Yeah, I got that right.
so there's a question from advisory, and this was actually raised twice now. Under borrowed funds, Still River Lights, 270.
Or town meeting.
Never borrowed.
Never borrowed.
Never borrowed.
Oh, that's
But
right.
do we want to just get rid of that, close it out? Or
We never borrowed, there's no money there.
Right, so we
It's
can
zero.
take it
You don't
off
even
the
have
books.
to.
It's zero, you don't have to do anything.
But it stays on this sheet.
Well,
I can take it off.
I mean, you can take it off, because it's zero.
Take it
not
off,
there.
yeah.
There were, yeah, it was make-believe money. We voted the article, but we never borrowed it, so there's no
No,
money.
but I believe,
It'd be nice if we could transfer it. but-
I am of the impression that, I am of the understanding that in order to officially take it off the sheet, we have to have an article,
Only if it was borrowed.
Only if it was borrowed.
only if it
So
was.
if we
if
went
someone
to
asks,
borrowing.
whoever takes that other article can
Yes.
explain that.
Right.
Yeah, no, you don't have to.
It was
do
put on there in anticipation of a borrowing that never occurred.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you're gonna get rid of it.
Yes.
I like things nice, neat and clean.
Yes.
Good.
delete it.
I don't wanna look at that number. All right. So, as we are right now, between borrow and free cash is the retroactive pays, public safety, minus the 10,345, the cabinet replacement of, minus the 9261, the fire engine of 19,770 minus 885.80, and then you got chest compression and mosquito. That comes up to a total of 262,062. If we started with,
252. That's what what do you expect?
Were there any other articles that can be closed out? Wasn't there that 30344?
There's a bunch more we can go through. The old ones.
Just make sure you're not double counting the 10,000 that comes out of the, or the 9,600 that comes out of the cabinet room.
yeah, you know, I
263,533.
have 262,026.
I have 263,533.
Oh, hold on. J
That's good.
31. $252,764, is that what you have, Ken?
Yep.
Okay, so if that's the case, if we started out with a total free cash of 604,657 minus free cash articles of 252,774,
764.
yeah, 764, minus the free cash target of 325, we've got a free cash operating of 26,893. So, Stan, we're pretty close there, right? So, so if that's the case, so that's free cash. On the borrow side of the house, we've got a Berlin Road culvert for 268 as a borrow. We've got a Wilder Road for 186, Town Hall for 325, DPW truck for 104. Assuming the 395 light goes away, we've got a backhoe of 93,562 and a sander body 65,000, plus a cruiser as of tonight for 38,994. Is that?
That's correct.
944.
No, 990.
Oh, 994.
So that's a total borrow of $1,041,562. So when all that gets factored in, if everyone is still with me here, but we're gonna take the traffic light out though. Yeah, it's out.
That's how you got the 141.
Oh, you want the number with it in?
No.
1.4.
I see it, I know where that would be.
So if that's the case, guys, we're looking at
That's not what I got.
an unused levy of negative 1.1 million.
No, I don't
I do
understand.
not get that
that.
same.
I don't understand your calculation.
I got 1,080,556.
Because aren't you, the money that you're borrowing is not coming out of the levy, is it?
It will be. That's, we need to go plug in all the, tomorrow, Donna and I are gonna take all these debt numbers and put those in those 700 department.
Yes, but you don't,
It's not for the.
but you don't reduce this year's levy limit by the total amount of the borrowing,
Not
right?
this year, but it'll be in our FY17 budget, our debt payments.
But the way that he has it being calculated, it's being treated the same way as the warrant articles that are using free cash. It's adding those together and subtracting them from the available revenues to get an unused number. I think it should be minus 58,330.
Should it not
I don't know if that's what they got, but that's the way I look at
Yes.
it. Because the 1041, I don't think should subtract off there.
Shouldn't it be the debt service that we're talking on that one?
Because it seems to me that when you're borrowing, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me when you're borrowing, that the borrowing amount does not really appear in that tax rate, in that use of levy limit calculation, because it's not an expenditure, and it's not
debt
part of the
excluded.
revenue.
Unless it's a debt exclusion, it'll show up
And
there.
see, there's been no determination on that on any of these articles, so we're assuming everything is?
But even if it's that exclusion,
Nothing.
even if it's that exclusion, the only amount that would go against the levy for this year would be however much you have to pay in that year, isn't it?
The debt service.
Ken, I'm simply taking the front page of this budget sheet, right? It says warrant articles borrowing. And we plug that number in, which then subsequently adjusts. That's all I'm doing, is I just,
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well,
so, but that was a
I
question.
guess I'm not understanding it correctly.
So first of all, Donna, all of this debt, we're gonna ban, right? Even though it's $1 million, we're not going out on any, all right. And the reason for that is the upfront costs on a long-term borrow is
Between 50 and 70,000.
50, 70,000.
And, you have to have a Moody's review, which I wouldn't want to go through right now.
Well, didn't you say, Donna, that you wanted to keep the borrowing under $1 million?
Well, I did, Dan, but it's not gonna happen.
Well-
I already have 50,000 and we're at, so I'm looking at 1.1 million.
So you gotta find $100,000 in less debt.
Unless some of these articles are disapproved.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can only hope.
You never
Right,
know.
well, I mean, the thing is, you get real close if you take the cruiser out.
Well, you get close, but again, I have 50,000 that I already have
Once
to.
you're over,
meet.
you're over, whether it's a buck or
So, yeah, so I'm already,
100,000.
I already have 50,000 to start with.
No, but if it's under $1 million, you don't have that expense. Is that correct? So it's like,
Oh, no, that expense is something different.
That expense is something different.
oh,
It's extra disclosure, extra work on our part and a minimum, and a cost for the disclosure, if it's over $1 million.
right, but if the number's under $1 million, you don't have to go through that.
Right,
Okay, so.
but I don't see any way that we're gonna get this
Taking the
under $1
cruiser out
million.
won't change.
Taking a cruiser out, because like I said, I'm already starting with 50,000, then I'm rolling, I have a $35,000 payment for the fire truck.
I understand, so if you
Yeah.
take the cruiser out and we move something over from free cash to borrows, because I've been.
Or from borrowing free cash, we have to go.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to take something out and you're gonna have to move something back or jiggle something to get it under $1 million. So I think one of your goals is to get the thing under $1 million.
If we could, I don't, because you're so close on your you're so close on your free cash, I don't see how
Okay,
it's.
so what does it mean then to say that the unused tax levy is $1,099,892? What does that really mean?
Negative.
I understand it's negative, but what does it really mean?
For the levy?
What do you mean, what does it mean? That you, I mean, you can't have a negative.
We have to raise that.
We'll have to
Okay,
find
but,
more money.
you know, I guess that's sort of where I'm headed. I mean, you
Yeah.
Well, we haven't
currently
talked
have-
about the
You
sub-
currently have unused levy capacity, right?
Right.
So,
You gotta
so
tax
does
the
this,
max.
so this goes against that, correct? Okay,
I
so
would-
that-
I would
so
say
that's where I was trying to
Yes,
understand.
yes.
Yeah, because I don't know where we are as far as.
We haven't talked about ambulance money, cell tower, you know, we use those.
In the articles, you know, to offset,
The budget,
Right.
that's still.
because we
on our
put some of
table.
those numbers in today too.
Okay,
So it was last year, what they used
well,
last year.
that's good.
Helps a little bit.
So you could take these numbers home with you and come back
And
next week.
sleep on them, yeah.
And come back tomorrow morning at 7.
Come back next week and come back next week with the things that fill in
And Oscar
Article
will be happy to
2,
be here next
Yeah.
week.
with Article 2, and then we would know what that all means.
The Oscar will be
That's
here.
right.
Donna,
That was, I will be in
Yeah.
Washington, but the Oscar will be here.
Yes.
And we'll get it to you before next week.
No, that's what I thought we were all in agreement, that's what we were looking to do tonight, on get this finalized.
Yeah. Do you want the cell tower and the ambulance numbers that we came up with?
But they're not in the budget?
Sure.
Do you want to think about, well, you guys decide, we don't get to decide.
Yeah.
What's the number, yeah?
So that's Article,
So if you look at the, like, the other available funds, you see cell towers has $79,000 in it.
You gotta,
Article 2.
that needs to go back in the budget.
I wouldn't give all of that.
One of the things they moved, gotta go back.
Cell phone, yeah,
Cell tower,
79.
Will the selectmen be doing that on Thursday?
Do we want to?
Deciding on the amounts of these
Yeah,
things that
Article
go in
two.
A, B, C, D, and
Do
E?
you guys decide that, or?
Well, we have to vote on our recommendation, so.
Yeah.
I suppose you could recommend something and then.
You want our numbers?
Well, we like your numbers. Yeah, we like your numbers.
Actually, you probably don't like the number.
No, you,
No,
I wish they were higher.
But yeah, I mean, I think whatever these are, yes, you need to know what those are.
I think we had 50,000 for the cell tower,
Yeah.
and I think we had 100,000 for the ambulance.
Yeah.
Just,
I'm sorry, what
Would
was
you
the
want to take
second?
the cruiser out?
100,000
For ambulance?
for the ambulance.
and obviously you can tweak those numbers depending on how it
Yeah.
all rolls out once you get the spreadsheet.
cell tower was what?
50?
50.
What's the overlay?
60. That's 60,000 is the overlay release.
Okay, so that's 200 right there, so you're now down to 900.
Right.
All right, so,
Right.
so the new revenue number, Ken, is what?
Well, it's 50 for cell tower, 100 for ambulance, and 50 for overlay, so it's 200.
Oh, 60, Ken, for overlay.
60 for
Yeah.
cell
Yeah.
tower.
For 210.
Yeah. I'm sorry, 50,000, that's.
What?
For the meeting, so we're hearing it. No, that's the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is that
So that's 210.
To the 22.5,
Two what, two something?
606.
Yeah.
All right, so the new revenue number is 22.7.
Yes, 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 we added into the debt service fund, the interest payments.
All right,
So, I guess the question that I have is there unused levy capacity equal to 889, or 893? Where is that number?
You gotta see it all.
well, we budgeted in 16, we budgeted a negative 102. I mean, this one's just a little deeper in the negative. In the budgeted FY 2016, you know, we ended up with an unused levy capacity of negative 102,317.
So regardless of what the number is, we can raise it, we just, and that's within our that's within our authorized,
Yeah.
okay, that's within it, that's fine.
We don't want to do a 2.5 override.
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And so
It
it
has to
seems
stay
to me the
within.
only choices are free cash and,
A ban.
and the
A ban.
borrowing and then whatever unused levy capacity there might be.
Right, and I don't know
But I
what.
believe you have not taxed to the max the last 4 or
couple
5 years. So
Exactly.
so there is money there that could be
And I don't know
tapped
what
if it needed.
capacity there is, as far as that. Yeah, I think we'll have to talk to.
We gotta figure out what that is.
Yeah.
I might as well just take tomorrow off and just hang out with you guys.
Hey, come on.
It's so fun.
It's gonna be tomorrow in hours.
I was just gonna say it'll be tomorrow, so.
Yeah, it was supposed to be start now.
So with those updates, we've got free cash at 252,764. We got total borrowing of still 1,041,562, but yeah, unused levy is a negative 889, 893.
Right.
All right, so I was really hoping to get these articles on this. So at least, you know what we should do? We should at least set them up, the warrant articles, so that it comes down to really kind of a vote. So it looks as though we're gonna get rid of Article 12, the repairs, that one seems to be gone.
You want to vote 16, sorry, 10 and 11?
10 and 11, and they're gonna be borrows.
Sure.
All right, so you guys want to vote on those? Article 10?
Sure.
Yeah.
Article 10, Berlin Road Culvert, 268. I'll entertain a motion to approve Article 10, Berlin Road Culvert, 268, with the stipulation that the article will be written as a borrow article.
Article 21, purchase of a chest compression system is transferred from the ambulance receipt reserve. And you have it as a free cash.
Wow, that's a new.
Even better than.
That's,
Now, can you still
So
get,
that-
can you still get 100 out of that fund
Well,
though?
no, I would say
Yeah,
that.
no, I think you
think
can.
so? Well, that's taking it down pretty low. Yeah.
Are you ready for some moves?
We might have to take that out of the
You
100.
still vote?
Oh, Jesus. We keep moving that pile of money around here.
Boy, you're really draining those ones. We need more ambulance calls, I guess.
We can work on that.
I was on the cliff of getting through one, and we got a chance to
Yeah, no,
talk.
it's-
What the hell are you doing?
Keeping you on your toes.
All right, so let's finish up with the culvert on Article 10.
We have a so moved.
I'll move.
All right.
Also move
Seconded.
All right, so we're going to approve Article 10, 268 as a borrow, so the article is going to need to be rewritten. Are you guys all okay with approving it with the stipulation that's going to be written as a borrow? You guys cool with that, or do you want to wait until it's...
I want to ask a question about it. Is the sense, I think they would probably like a recommendation from us, but I guess the question is, would it be preferable to have it be a debt exclusion?
What, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm asking, I asked them, but I'm asking myself. I mean, for everybody here, we need to decide whether it should be done as debt exclusion, because that wording has to go in the article. But perhaps more importantly, it has to be voted on.
If we don't have to, we shouldn't, because it'll increase your levy limit.
But the other argument is that it goes away,
In 10 years.
but it goes away.
It does.
Where the other one doesn't, so.
No,
it's-
right,
It goes away in 10 years because that's what it's going to be as a 10-year borrow.
Borrowing it.
Yeah, I don't, so again, Donna, you've had to explain this one to me, I don't know how many times, but the other one where it basically stays on the books for life,
Is that-
I hate
That's an override.
everything for
Oh, yeah.
life.
Yeah.
So I don't want that.
There's no reason to do an override.
No,
Not on
on
that.
something
I mean,
small.
to do a 2.5 override for that is crazy.
Yeah,
For what?
For
For
the
culvert.
culvert, that's, yeah.
we won't get it.
Okay,
No.
but he's saying that he doesn't like doing it forever.
So-
That's a 2.5 override,
Right.
because it's added to the levy.
No, the 2.5 override goes away in 10 years.
No.
No, it does not.
No, only a debt exclusion.
The debt
I
exclusion.
know, that's what I'm talking about, the debt exclusion.
Right, and that's what we said, the debt exclusion would be for the 10 years. Brad just said he doesn't like
I understand.
something that's
Okay.
forever.
I thought you were arguing against the debt exclusion.
No, no.
All right, so you do want the debt exclusion.
It's not my decision.
I know.
She's tossed that.
I'm looking for opinions.
Oh, yeah, well,
I think it should be debt excluded personally, but
I
but it
think
requires a
we all
vote.
agree.
It's a matter of whether we want to go with a vote or not, and I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know if you'll get it, you know.
You're coming Thursday?
Yeah.
Then why don't we do it on Thursday when, is Don's here Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
We could meet in.
And we'll also have put in the debt numbers.
Yeah,
Right,
maybe,
yes, you'll have the
To
full.
give you an
maybe
idea,
it's
that's
better,
something.
but decided Thursday.
all right, so I'm gonna be there Thursday. You guys,
At the moment I
we'll have a
cannot.
quorum?
At the moment I cannot, but I will see if I can change mine.
All right, so, you know what, let's, yeah, so if so all those, let's see, so 12 looks like it's gonna go away. All these articles,
Article not repairs, you can do those out of free cash or something like this,
yeah, you know, let's, with all the notes, since I'm gonna be hanging with you guys so much. I seriously should take the day.
When is this happening?
I don't know.
You have to let us know.
I'm not feeling well.
I'm not feeling.
You're gonna be sick tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, you know, let's,
Well, does Don take the action to get all the wording in these things or whatever
Yes,
they're?
he does.
I would be happy to work with him on the wording of all these articles if that would be a help to you. So we have ready for Thursday night.
yeah, and, I mean, I think I have my spreadsheet pretty well up to date, so I'm just gonna turn around and ultimately forward this to you guys. And hopefully, and then it's gonna be less. So let's move to Article 24 then. Since we're not talking, we basically skipped all the money articles. So Article 24, to refresh your memory, was the article that was talking about commercial driveways. And I heard from the planning board that they were able to accomplish what they needed on 626 with the existing, but I'm pretty confident. I know how I think I would vote on this, but any further comments from advisory?
I'm not clear on the benefits. That's where I am.
Ah,
Did you say you're done with the money articles?
Did you say we could go?
yeah.
No, he said you were done with the money articles. He didn't say that.
You have to stay in suffer.
No,
No, it just adds more.
you can if you want, but I'll let you go, yeah. 'Cause the problem is I know damn well you're gonna leave.
My kids
And
go
then-
so early.
10 minutes from now, something money's gonna come up.
And then you'll call in. I'm used to the call in
Thank
the
you.
morning, Brad.
Email it to while you're thinking it, and we'll answer in the morning.
Wait, you don't wanna talk to me?
No. No. These Wednesday mornings. Are you coming in tomorrow?
I'll be talking to you when I'm in my car on the Mass Pike, going through this like I always
I'll let
do.
you want me to email you?
Driving
Yeah,
with my
yeah,
knees.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, so Article 24, I'll entertain a motion to disapprove Article 24.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of disapproval, Article 24, say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I'm sorry, what'd you vote on?
Article 24, we disapprove.
Thank you.
Article 25,
Received it, right?
Article 25
Yeah, we're
is
gonna practice in here.
is the solar article. You know, I mean, I love the idea of solar. You know, we can, you know, create a revenue source for the town. Great. I would really like for someone to be able to explain to me the true overall collective benefits of the town of Bolton going green. Because again, I half jokingly, make the comment, but if being a green community says we have to go out and get, hydrogen cars for the police department at $100,000 a pop, then I hate the idea of going green. So I think if we're going down this road, we need to fully understand what it all means for the future on where we have to spend our money and buy things, so.
Oh, I agree, but this article doesn't.
But it's the first step,
Well, this is
Stan,
one
right?
step, but it stands by itself, as I understand it.
Right, it stands by itself, but doing it this way allows you, if you want to take that next step.
Yeah.
But it kind of stands by itself,
Even if we don't go any further than this, it does open that potential revenue stream.
Yeah.
Haven't we voted on an earlier thing in favor of some step towards, or signed something with regard to green community status earlier in this year?
The selectmen signed
the Bolton Solar thing.
The selectmen
Well, you
agreed
guys
to
have a
use
stretch
their
code.
mailing privileges of tax statements to include publicity and information relative to green
It had
communities.
something to do with, I'm sorry, I don't remember, but we did sign something
Yeah, I thought
to,
you sent a letter to somebody.
It was a letter,
Yeah.
okay.
and it just said you were with them in spirit, I think.
Right,
Oh,
that's
the solarized Bolton.
That's a solarized Bolton.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
so,
something different.
Okay.
all right.
I would, if we're going to seriously consider this, they nominated 3 areas. The first 2 I'm familiar with because on the Energy Committee, when we decided to go out with an RFP to lease the land, the solar cap was certainly, or the landfill cap was one area which was mentioned. And then there's a contiguous 11 acres of woods next to that.
Right.
And we even calculated the CO2 that the trees soak up versus cutting them down and putting solar panels and
Holy smokes.
saving
Right,
CO2
right,
on the other end of the smokestack. And
Right.
it is favorable, but
Yeah.
and called Scott's and got information on grass and everything. Anyway, so I don't know about that other site, if anybody wants to speak to the other one on 495.
Well, it's all town-owned land, and so, anybody that comes in, they're gonna have to go get permitted and go through all of us anyway to deal with it, so, and we have to say as to whether or not we ultimately do it or not, and where we do it and how much, so there's no chance that developer's just gonna come in and plop solar panels down, they gotta go through the whole process, so,
And is there a better use for that plot of land along 495, Stan?
No.
We haven't found one yet.
No.
But it doesn't stop you from doing anything else with it because you can back out of that,
That's
right?
great. Well, this is an overlay. So so it's still town land and we can still do.
whatever we want.
Even if you voted this as part of that.
Yeah, but if
solar-
somebody wants to do this, then they're able to do it with their
Without,
permit.
yeah.
Without going through. Under definitions, it says, as of right siting shall mean the development may proceed without the need for a special permit. Now, whether the operative word is may, I don't know.
But it still has to go
No,
through
it's the special permit.
special
But
permit.
it's still a town decision because it's not.
But can be reasonably regulated by the Board of Selectmen.
Right.
But it says projects cannot be prohibited, but can be reasonably regulated, so.
But they don't have to accept, they would have to go out for a bid probably, just as they did at the landfill.
Right.
You did at the landfill.
Right.
And you don't have to accept bids, just as you didn't at the landfill, right? So you have control.
Or
I
strike
think
that
it's fine.
language where it says it can't be prohibited.
That's-
Yeah, if it's
Well, part of that comes
can't be
into what's
prohibited, that's.
by right.
Yeah, but the thing is, we would go out for an RFP. It's not a developer's gonna come in and say, I wanna put this here. The town issues an RFP, if it so chooses, to issue an RFP, to solicit.
I think it could be the town, that a developer comes in and says, let's agree to a fair value of this, leasing this land, and we'll decide the scope of work and whatever.
But we don't have.
Yes, we
But
could
we
be,
don't
we
have to
could
do
be
it.
approached, but we could say.
No.
No. That's still a reasonable
says projects cannot.
Yeah, but the way, I think the way to look at it, the way to look at it,
Prohibition
the way
is
to look at it is that a town
Can't say
meeting
no.
vote isn't required to do it. That the approval of this sets it up so that these guys have control over it.
Right of citing has to be, I mean, we're granting a right, we're the grantor of the right.
We're granting ourselves a right, we're taking.
Yeah, we're giving ourselves the
we're
right,
speeding
so
up
we
the
don't have to go back to the
process.
town meeting.
Prohibition is something else.
Well,
It means that we can't,
and it goes just to the
we
selectmen not to.
can't pass another bylaw that
Right.
says there
Right.
shall be no solar projects on town land.
We have complete control, Ted.
All right, I'll have to read that.
Yeah, we have complete control.
I move we approve Article 25.
I second the motion.
All those in favor of approval of Article 25, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstained?
No.
Alright. Approved Article 25. Article 26. Let's see, this bylaw, secure tamper-proof bus store. Alright, yeah, I mean, it seems like an acceptable, reasonable, request, I guess. There's
That's
not-
a good thing.
yeah, there's not a tremendous amount of underlined. Well, seriously, no, it's obscene, right? I mean,
Oh, I know.
I understand it's a living, breathing document that should change. It shouldn't always change this way, though, right? I'll entertain a motion to approve Article 26.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of Article 26, say aye. Aye. Those against? All right. Approved. All right, Article 27. Again, I'm simply going on the fact that they're moving to a special permit, and they explain some examples where special permit worked out well. I just inherently get a little queasy when we go from a yes to incorporating more regulation, and that's where I am on this one, so.
But the thing is, though, it's yes for only those three. I mean, they're talking about industrial light manufacturing research. I was a little concerned about this, but the thing is, all you're really doing is creating a level playing field with an industrial zone, as you are with Clinton Savings Bank doing their thing, and 626 Main Street. So it's not like it's more onerous. It just kind of makes everything even. And I'm not necessarily. It makes it even. So it's not. So you're raising industrial to all the other things.
One question is, do you know if it applies to tenants? So, I mean, he mentioned correctly Paragon. So if Paragon, who is currently wanting to lease property, leases a portion of their building, does the person have to come to the town to get a special permit to do whatever they want in that building? Because if so,
If it's one of those.
then that's going to be a big imposition.
No, that's true.
On Paragon.
So is this? Well, I would say if, at first I thought this was like new, and the way they were couching it was
Yeah.
new. But you're right, if this is Paragon, and they have to go all through this rigmarole, then,
I mean, it's one thing that if they're going to tear down Cobham's building and put up a new building, then obviously you want some control over that. But if it's with Paragon, let them go.
Yeah.
Ken raises a good point.
Because the thing is, it already site plan approval by the Board of Selectmen. So, if maybe it should apply to new as opposed to existing. Or for now, just take the whole thing out.
Yeah,
Well, new is already covered, and we'd already be doing a site plan review
For new ones.
for new ones.
That's true.
So,
I figure, I'm all for streamlining things, making it easy to do business, but if somebody like Paragon, which is an ideal situation for growing medicinal marijuana, if they wanted to lease out for that purpose, I think some people in the town may want to weigh in on that, because the odors downwind are tremendous unless you have extremely
Well, hopefully prevailing wind is
expensive
easy, so it's stuff.
thermal oxidation
Struggle.
units. and things like that.
Currently, these uses require only site planning approved by the
I
Board of
don't care
Selectmen.
about
So there is oversight. And if they lease it out and there's requirement for building, a building permit, then the building inspector gets involved. So there is oversight. It's not like they can just do this, and not tell us.
Remember 2 years, we had the guy with the what was that, Bentley or something, drove up in the diamond watch and.
Oh, for that
and
marijuana.
An attorney came in and talked about, hey, are you guys, your town, are you interested in being a marijuana growing?
I think at this point, there's enough questions. I think Ken raised a good point. I'm okay with, we've skipped over a couple, I'm okay with skipping over this for some time, and we can address it Thursday night. Maybe we can work on a little added
Yeah,
clarity.
maybe Don can get some clarification on this,
All right.
but yeah, I think, to Ken's point, there's not a lot here that says under what conditions and why and how. We had 48 pages for, a driveway, and we have,
Half a page.
we have 4 things underlined for this,
Yeah.
so.
All right, so the next one is Article 28, which is the Skinner property. Basically adding that into the mixed-use village overlay. And Ken and I were on that committee together, and there was a tremendous amount of back and forth on defining and I'm just having a hard time conceptualizing. We've got this one contiguous area, and then half a mile down the road, there's gonna be another one. It just seems a bit odd. That doesn't bother you, Ken?
I don't have any problem with including it, but I don't think it's gonna help them.
I don't know.
Because, as I remember it, and I'd have to get out the actual bylaw, but as I remember it, the amount of residential was limited. And I believe it's much more limited than what they would want, and so I don't think it's actually gonna help them. But if they think it would, then by all means, let them go.
Maybe this is another one where we should ask Don to contact the owner and to double check that, are they on board with this? Because we kind of got a, well, yeah, I wasn't comfortable with the yes, like, you got.
Yeah, good point, Sam.
I would say, yeah, and
Will you take these last two and talk to Don?
I'll talk
about
to Don.
All right, stretch code, Article 29, adoption of stretch code energy. Again, I remember this coming up a couple of years ago, and it was shot down. Again, I love the idea, and so if...
I think it was shut down because it was new, people didn't know much about it.
Yeah.
And I think they've changed it a bit since then, too.
Yeah, there's some added
And now
underlying
it's
stuff.
more or less what people do, and a lot of towns around us have joined it and are getting grants for it, and I think it would be silly for us not to.
Yeah, it's better this time around.
I move that we approve Article 29.
I'll second that.
All those in favor of approval of Article 29, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Approved. Article 30, tree replacement program. So, this is sponsored by advisory. I will say, in the interest of full disclosure, I know this is all new to all of you guys, but as you also know, I have, and it's not that it's just part of the thing of, trying to get all this squared away. I have been going out to the various articles on trying to figure out what we can do. We just got Five Shire Dam 9200. I have, an advisory over the past several years has consistently gone out and asked to either please use this money or to turn it back over to the town. You'll see that it was from 2006. It is 10 years old. Now, there's some understanding from Historical Commission who kind of, owns this one, that it's a revolving fund. I absolutely, I'm not fond of that concept at all, especially as it relates to, none of these other things in available funds here are revolving funds. You're given the money, you use it, when you're done with it, it's over. And this, I have talked to Dawn, I've talked to Stan about it. The recommendation was the best way to address this would be by way of a warrant article. I would like the money to be used, but I would like money to be used in a reasonable amount of time. In an absence of that, then it needs to be turned back over to the town.
Has the balance been static?
Yes.
For how long now?
10 years.
There was, the last, I looked back through, the last time money was moved out of this was in 2012 at Town Hall, $3,000. Since it's been static.
Because I know I talked to Martha Remington, not specifically, why, do you know why they haven't spent it? Why, this is essentially for tree planting, like
Yeah.
anywhere, or?
Main
No,
Street.
it's supposed to be on Main Street, it's supposed to be on town land, or the trees are supposed to be on town land, or, within our easement and right away.
Yeah.
And there was some dispute whether that was where they were going or not, and I think it kind of got put on hold. It got put on hold because
Is there a
There's
dispute
a long
between DPW and the Historical Commission?
I can say, I'll step in and say, the last time there was a planting, there was plantings that were, on private property, not necessarily town. Again, in my opinion, you want to plant a tree, plant a tree. The town does not need to be in the business of planting trees.
And if we identify a need for the trees, we should have a specific article to put the trees in, fund it, do it, be done with it, and release the remainder.
And it's not a revolving fund because it would have to be reauthorized
We can't have
every
a
year.
revolving fund, but I certainly think it's fine for the town to plant trees. But once the money's there, they ought to spend it and plant it.
Well, but if the town's planting trees, it should be the town planting the trees, not the
Well,
historical commission.
Sure. Well, but they're part of the town. I understand.
Secondly, you said that in 2012, there was $3,000 removed from this account, which currently has $2,500.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say it's been static for 10 years.
No, it hasn't been static for 10 years, but it was, I've gone back and I've looked, there was 3,000 removed, it's an indication that this article is actually older than 2006, because in 2006, there was 3,000 removed from it. And then in 2000, I want to say it was 12, it was either 9 or 12, another 3,000 was removed. Again, this is not a so it begs, if there's still 2,500, it means there was more money in it prior.
By removed, you mean taken out in town meeting to be used for other things, not taken out.
No. Taken out to be used and spent on trees. And the last time it was taken out to be used on trees, trees were purchased, and trees were to be planted on town land, and trees were planted on private property. Yeah. That's a whole other, I simply look at this, I've looked at this 2,500 now for easily 3 years, and again, it's real simple. Use it or give it back. End of story.
Yes, please, let's just vote.
All those in favor of approval of Article 30, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right. So we'll be meeting again Thursday evening. I'll entertain a motion to
We also
adjourn.
do
So
meet,
moved.
we also do meet next Tuesday. so
Yes.
we
Yes.
can tweak anything that still
Yes.
is.
All those in favor of going home to bed, say aye.
Aye.
Good night.